Good morning, everyone. Good morning. The horse is here too. He's just locked up at the moment. We'll release him, and we'll release him shortly. I hope everyone is having a nice whatever it is wherever you are. It's not morbing. It's after you. No, we're sticking with good morbing. It's been that way for long enough. That's all I know. All I know is how to morb. Please give me sugar. All right, so we've spotted the fucking hummingbird. What the fuck? Welcome everyone. I was on vacation for a while. I'm back. I have a very large video in the works that I'm starting to worry might be a little bit too ambitious. I'm a bit quiet. My mic has been very strange lately. Hold on, let me look. What's the relative level is actually pretty low in... Huh. Let me turn it up a bit. My mic, I've talked about this issue on stream before. I'll just turn the gain up like a notch. My mics, usually whenever people tell me that I'm quiet or something, they almost always undersell how quiet I actually am, and it makes me kind of nervous. So, my microphone, is my gain even, my gain knob isn't doing anything. Hold on, I think my, oh, that's probably it. This might be better, maybe not, I don't know. The fucking... My microphone is struggling because the, my stupid driver software, Logitech G Hub, which I'm going to check real quick. Sorry, I didn't realize this was going to be a problem. Logitech G Hub sucks when it comes to the microphone portion of it. Like, for my mouse, it's normally fine. For my microphone, this software is a total piece of shit. I hate G Hub so much when it comes to my microphone. I'm considering purchasing a completely separate, like, different microphone purely to get away from this software. I can't just get rid of it because my mouse uses it, and it's fine for that, but for the purposes of, give recommendations, yeah, I hate to say I'll say not the Yeti X, because this thing fucking struggles. Sabuchi uses the HyperX Quadcast, and he says that that's a good microphone, so I'd recommend that one, I guess. It's weird, I see my microphone itself is showing that my gain is increasing the sound, but the levels in OBS are not changing. It seems like OBS is not cooperating, and I don't entirely understand why. Do I have a limiter on here? You know what? I'm just going to say I don't care, and if it becomes a problem, then I'll start caring again. But for the foreseeable future, I don't care. But, let me get the... what is it? Yeah, uncheck this. Did I forget to set up the new live reaction? I don't think I did. Today's live reaction, I believe, was contributed by... Yeah, this was contributed by Flary over on the Discord. Playing Lego Star Wars Skywalker Sag Peak. Yeah, like I said, I have a larger thing in the works at the moment. My game seems like it's kind of loud. I don't get it. I can't turn my mic up through software. This is the problem. I can't make this louder through software. Maybe I just like... Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm going to speak right into the... Okay, wait, what? Hold on, no, this is the weird thing. My OBS is not registering when I get right next to my microphone either. It's like it's just stuck. Okay, let me just remove this filter. Is this any better? No, it's still capping me out at this particular volume. I don't know why it's doing this. There is a very clear point where even if my microphone is getting louder, OBS is not actually letting it get louder. Well, I'm sorry about that, everyone. It appears that my streaming software is fucked. And it is limiting my microphone volume. Okay, what if... Bold idea. This is gonna be so fucking stupid. Audio input capture. Can I re-add this? Okay, if I add it again, it seems to, let's remove this one. Does this one still have the same limit? It does. Why? Okay, you know what? No one cares about the technical nonsense. My microphone has given up on me, and I will deal with it later. I have no idea why it's doing this, and I also just do not have the mental fortitude to actually care. Let me, pop out chat so I can actually read it. But welcome, everyone. Today's episode is going to be assorted nonsense for a while. I was kind of torn between doing a regular Warframe thing and doing Signalis, because I need to actually finish that game, but I went down a rabbit hole of funny stuff I wanted to talk about with everyone. So we're going to talk about the funny stuff. This is probably not news to most people, I just think it's fun. So that would have been hilarious. Okay, so you should play the First Ascendant? No. So there is a reason Mesa's in the thumbnail, and that's because I've been getting a little bit funny. So after the damage rework, I told people that, you know, like, okay, so I need to experiment with the damage rework more before I give any, like, opinions on it. And I've been doing that aforementioned experimenting, and I do, in fact, have some opinions. So you guys remember when Nourish was nerfed, right? And people were saying that it was going to ruin the ability. You guys remember that. I can assure you it did not ruin the ability. So, like I said, as I've been messing around, obviously Mesa's a pretty staple character. I've been playing Mesa for a while, right? She was released shortly after I started playing the game, actually. So, considering she shoots so fast, the addition of Blast, buffed her quite a bit, and the fact that Nourish also gives you viral damage so you can run both. Once I get my Galvanize stacks going here, Mesa is a character that's always been really strong, but I feel like with this particular combination, she's like really, really strong. Which is funny, because like I said, Mesa has already been long been a character who's been very good, but there was, like, when I was messing around with this stuff earlier, I accidentally made my Mesa too good, and I had to deliberately, like, reduce her effectiveness. The reasoning for that being, I had such high range on my Mesa that my 2 was making it so enemies weren't ever shooting me and proccing Arcane Avenger, and I don't really want to use combat discipline. I didn't think he was into politics. If I'm on the short list for French Prime Ministers, please take me off of it. I do not want any affiliation with that place. Yeah, the strategy I'm using is Blast and Toxin, and then Archon Continuity for corrosive procs whenever a Toxin status effect is inflicted. It's a remarkably reliable way to kill things. So I know this is probably not news to many people. Loud? Is the game loud or am I loud? Now I'm getting confused. It's probably the game, actually. I'm gonna turn this down a tad. This can go down to -9. That's fine, I think. You are quiet, cool kid. Should I just end the stream at this point? I've had technical problems in the first 10 fucking minutes. Why is the game abnormally loud, but I'm abnormally quiet? I don't understand. Fuck it. Fuck it. The whole stream is just going to be everything is quiet. We're turning the in-game volume down. The whole stream will now just be everything is quiet. Configure your audio. I literally can't. Not in OBS. It's capping me for some reason. It's like, nuh-uh. What the fuck ever. I give up. Fuck up a lot of settings. And yeah, it's like everything seems to be able to go over like a certain limit except for my mic. And I have no limiter or anything on there. There is no reason as far as I can tell that this doesn't work. Yeah, we'll just everything's gonna be quiet on this stream. Sorry, everyone. Everything's going to be quiet. Just turn your volume up, I guess. And then if it randomly starts working, I'm sorry that it blows out your eardrums. But yeah, when I was messing with Mesa earlier, my range was so high that enemies weren't able to ever proc Arcane Avenger because they couldn't shoot me. So I had to actually lower my range. Mute stream, Logitech software. I don't actually think it's Logitech. I think it's OBS. Because my microphone itself has a built-in, like, audio level, like, light that I can see when I talk what my levels are at on the microphone. And those are changing with my gain and stuff, but OBS is a very clear, like, spot that it's bumping up against, and I don't know why. Would or would not Lego Stormtrooper? We're not doing would or would not again, I'm sorry. Chat's allowed to answer that question. No, we're not doing that. Donations be damned, we are not doing another would or would not. Absolutely off limits. Two pieces of software fighting for the mic. I don't even know anymore. My main goal is just to get an Acolyte to spawn, because I've been also messing with this kind of idea on Titania, and I've had very good results with her as well. This is more of just this is the part of the stream where I'm already like 60% dev, so this is just the Evelyn stream. Damn. I'll make it so my audio only comes in through one ear if you have headphones too. I think that'll really, really sell the whole thing. Yeah, like I said, just while I'm waiting for an Acolyte, just wanted to have another video in the works at the moment. The problem is that, like, the current outline, not even the script, but the outline for what it needs to cover is so large that I'm not sure if I should make it now or I should make it in the future. Because, like, I don't know, the problem is that I have a couple of videos that I want to make that could be, like, faster to produce, but I'm still concerned about the ultimate issue of people in the comments using them as a platform to be toxic. After the new player video, I've been very iffy about that just in general. It's the only one I use all the time. I always have my left earphone on, so I guess we're different in that regard. Etch. He's just not gonna magnetize me, I guess. W. Your knees yearn for spaghetti. They come to the person by lowering the volume. Real. So yeah, this Nourish allows me to use Blast, Toxin, Corrosive, and Viral all at the same time. And it's funny and cool and good. That's what you need to extract from this demonstration. When it comes to Titania, the process has been a little bit different, and I can explain why. Just get through this mission real quick. I gotta just leave. We're gonna do a bit of wandering. Always be yearning for spaghetti, you know? Fair enough. Okay. Now that that's finished.
Very good.
Just taking a look at something real quick here. Okay. Should I make it text-to-speech? I'd recommend against that, just because it makes things kind of impersonal. Remember the sun protection and welcome back from vacation. Mute stream, let's go. Thank you for the D&D reminder. I also have to unmuzzle the horse. He's actually just been quiet this entire time, and I completely forgot because I got distracted by my own audio having problems.
You know, fair. Also height.
Yeah, the horse is way fucking louder than me too. We're gonna lower your volume a bit so that everyone gets to be quiet on today's stream.
Oh my god, I can what that is well certainly a bug.
Christ, you are way fucking louder than me even when I turn you down a lot. What the fuck is OBS cooking? Like, there's I don't know how to show this without showing my OBS, which presents its own problems. There is a specific spot of my microphone where it just is hitting a wall. You know what? Hold on. Let me just add... I have an idea. I don't think this is going to work, but we're going to try it. I'm going to just create a completely new...
Ordis has been counting stars.
Shut up, Ordis. I'm busy.
So babe, you can mind control the acolytes.
Audio input capture. Yeah, but they have status reduction, so it will lower in duration each time you use it.
60 seconds first cast.
Okay, mic 2.
Holy shit.
Yeti X. Okay, is this one? No, this one has the same limit. This one has the same... What the fuck is going... Okay, I'm sorry. This is starting to annoy me enough that now I need to figure out how to fix it. Let me delete this one, because there's no point in having this if it's got the same issue.
I just got a fucking ladle reload on my fucking Pandero.
Okay, we've done a little... Yeah, I genuinely think that at this point, OBS is actually just punking me. It is not letting my audio go up. I don't understand why. Like I said, I don't have a limiter or anything on this. I don't know what's going on here. Nuke G-Hub process? I can't. That would fuck my mouse up. It's not G-Hub. I can see my audio increasing and everything that is not OBS. It is definitely not G-Hub. I was bitching about it earlier, but I don't think that's the issue. Is it under advanced audio properties? Yeah, okay, what about it? Audio monitoring, monitor off. Balance is normal. There's nothing here that should be causing this. My favorite book of the Noble Gas Bible? That does go kind of hard. They have been losing. There's a... I don't know. If you mentioned that you're not terribly far in the story, so I can't explain about particular things, I'll put it that way. Why is OBS doing this?
What's up now?
It's just the audio issue. You know what? Fuck it. Is your audio normal on Discord? Yes.
Yeah, he's quiet right now, so...
Like, here's the weird thing. Like I said, I can see it perfectly fine in everything else. It is specifically in my streaming program that it is hitting a cap. I don't know why. Even when I was editing, like when I got right up to my microphone, Nitro said that he could hear it got audibly, like it got noticeably louder, but the stream audio thing here is still hitting the same limit.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't understand. Levels are
different
fine.
Right now, or is different way?
I don't think he'd be able to help me with this.
He uses OBS though, doesn't he? Or doesn't he?
He hasn't made content through OBS in multiple years. Actually terminate the process and test your mic like that. I could. Like I said, I don't think it's the process. Like I said, it's seemingly working fine everywhere else.
I think maybe he means OBS itself.
No, I didn't recommend running mouse in onboard memory mode, which specifically would be if I was going to be killing G-Hub. Add a gain filter. I don't... This feels like a band-aid. Because, like, if I... This will also, like, mess... Okay, hold on. Will this allow me... Okay, the gain filter is pushing me past the weird arbitrary limit. Is it trying to automatically equalize me? Is that what...
Oh, God, maybe that's it.
I think it's trying to automatically equalize me. Because the gain filter is working. Gay Cat has technical issues. Yeah, this happens. So the gain filter does seem to be working, but it's still hitting a limit. It's just that the gain filter is redefining the limit. Why is it doing this? Well, I should be louder. You guys should at least hear me as louder, but I don't know what's going on. Let me just put it that way. Cool Kid isn't gay, but his boyfriend is. At least someone here gets it.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Nitro was super low in terms of volume compared to me, but he can actually stay down there because for some reason he is abnormally loud.
Huh.
I do not know what the fuck OBS is doing. When are we getting Floof's Prime? What if I told you there already is a Prime Floof, actually? I think I have him... right here, Gauss. Gauss actually did get a Prime Floof. Yeah, Gus Prime. I'm halfway in the yellow. Do I sound fine? What do we think, chat? What do we think on the current audio level? Do I sound better? Does it not? Have you not noticed? I'll have to fix this eventually, but we can band-aid the solution for now and figure it out later. My game might be kind of quiet now that I've messed with it so much, but if I'm playing Mesa, it's fine. I am artificially boosting my gain by like 6 decibels, and the fact that I have to do this is very annoying. Anyways, okay, so the other thing I wanted to talk about just in my initial yap session for this stream was because, like I said, I was messing with Blast and Toxin on regulators, and then I have on Archon Continuity to make it trigger corrosive. I was doing something similar on Titania, but I found that I, in a weird way, was actually killing enemies too fast for the Toxin to matter. So there's kind of a somewhat niche piece of information about electric damage, if I could hover over it. So electric damage has a weird little property tied to it. There's a weird property tied to electric where, because it's a multi-target DOT, electric deals its damage instantly, unlike things like Slash, where they deal it after the first second of them being active. So, because I was killing things faster than the Toxin could actually deal damage, I decided to throw on electric to see if that was any better, and it actually did seem to perform better, which kind of surprised me. Now that electric isn't weak to armor anymore, it's surprisingly efficient. Thank you for the DM, Swan. I see that you're struggling out there. Absolutely slay by adding blast. That's one way to put it for sure. Is it bad that you're killing things faster than you can proc them? It's not a bad thing. It was just kind of a funny observation. Okay, so let me get my buffs and stuff going. This is also similar in that I'm using Nourish because it grants me, well, easy energy, but also it grants me viral. So yeah, Blast plus Electric is also a surprisingly efficient strategy here. I hope the game is not once again like way too loud. Originally I thought that Blast would be a good excuse to remove Punch Through, but I realized like when taking Punch Through off I was kind of struggling again. And so being able to like hit multiple enemies with blast damage in a line, you know, scales its effectiveness quite a bit. Mesa kind of has the benefit of where she'll target everyone kind of in the general area she's looking at. So Titania has to be more either deliberate and like, you know, like wiggling her mouse back and forth, or you've got to be better about like being very deliberate with like who you're targeting. And I kind of didn't consider that at first, but Punch Through kind of helps to take some of the pressure off of the, you know, making sure that your shots really count to get the most out of it. So the moral of this story is Blast Toxin with Archon Continuity on Mesa is very good. I honestly don't doubt that Blast Electric would probably be very good on her too. And then I've been using Blast Electric a bit on Titania, and this also, at least from my preliminary testing, is also a pretty powerful combination. Something important to note, obviously, is I am still using Nourish for viral, so it's not like viral damage is gone, but it is kind of liberating to be like, oh yeah, you know, I don't actually have to like worry about not being able to take a combo element or an element that locks me out of using viral, because Nourish can provide it. Another nice thing about Nourish is it means that you don't really have to take Energize, so in addition to offloading your like source of viral, it means that Energize isn't needed. So like I have Pistolier and Precision on right now. Even though Precision's a form of base damage and I already have base damage, it's still surprisingly effective, just on the grounds that because they scale with power strength, Exalted Weapon base damage does, oftentimes base damage from arcanes and stuff like that isn't as harmed by like diminishing returns, which is not the actual term for it, but that's besides the point. It's not as affected by it because they deal so much damage that it's helpful. So, because like the main, I've talked about this a bit on one of the older streams, the main use case for Blast is on fast firing weapons, and I think that it's pretty apparent from, well, the testing I've done with all this stuff that that's very much true. We'll wait for an Acolyte to spawn, because that was one of the things that kind of surprised me the most, is Dexpixia. Anyone who plays Titania relatively frequently can attest to this, I would imagine. Dexpixia kind of struggles specifically with Acolytes. Oh, hold on, my fucking brother's knocking on my door. Okay, my apologies for the intermission there. He needs to give me the dog because she's become too much of a menace for him to handle. Hi, Molly. 5 nights at Hunters. Yeah, dead ass. We live together, so for me, every night is a night at Hunters. It's very harrowing. Anyways. But people who play Titania often can, you know, sort of attest to she isn't great against acolytes with her pistols. Something I've often done was I use her sword for that. You just fucking, you know, start smacking them over the head with Dewata and they'll die. But it's also very risky. Also, thanks for stopping by, Swan. But it's pretty risky, because a lot of acolytes, like, some of them don't, and it's really funny. Like, Torment will just stare at you because she doesn't actually have a melee, and you're too close for her to shoot you, so she just kind of watches you kill her. But a lot of acolytes have melee weapons, so it's pretty dangerous to have to get, like, right up in their face. Certain other characters can get away with it, like Excalibur can space pretty easily because he has the wave and stuff like that, but you know, like Baruch has a bunch of DR, Valkyrie is invincible, so a lot of those melee sources don't really struggle with it, but Titania does, even though I think it was her most efficient method of getting rid of acolytes, because acolytes are pretty strong to status effects. Considering the fact that, you know, Dexpixie is a very status-heavy weapon, and acolytes cap that, oftentimes, you know, you find yourself kind of hitting a wall with that. But something I realized in terms of acolyte effectiveness with this particular combination, with Electric and Blast, is that because Electric deals its damage on the first tick, it's a lot more effective than other DOTs against acolytes. I just got soul punched like some kind of fucking chump. So the Blast keeps detonating when it hits its max stack, and Electric deals damage on the first tick, as opposed to single target DOTs like Heat. So you're able to kill them with Dexpixia much faster if you're using Blast Electric than like Viral Slash or other stuff like that in my experience. Obviously I still have viral damage. I'm pretty sure acolytes are immune to it, so it doesn't really matter, but is eating good post-armor changes. Yeah, Gas has gotten a lot, like, I feel like in a lot of ways Gas and Blast are kind of opposites in the situations you'd use them, where Blast is really at its best on high fire rate weapons, where Gas is very good on low fire rate weapons, because you want to pack as much damage as you can into your Gas procs, because you have a limited quantity of them to work with, versus Blast, where you want to constantly be detonating it, which requires you to fill as many as possible. So that was just something I kind of wanted to point out, because it's kind of a niche piece of knowledge that I actually finally found a legitimately practical application for, is that Electric deals its first tick of damage instantly, so you're able to kind of get around things that are the damage type. And yeah, sorry, that's what I should clarify. They're immune to the viral status effect, which is why I don't think it really matters when it comes to like Viral Slash, that Viral's really on there. But more about burst DPS, pretty much, yeah. That's part of why it's good on weapons that like Daikyu and Nataruk and Spear X and weapons like that have good status chance, but are like really hard hitting and sort of lower fire rate. The fire rate thing isn't necessarily like pivotal. It's more like, can you pack a lot of damage into a small amount of shots? Because if you have that high burst, that'll transfer into the gas better. It's not like a lot of other DOTs where stacking a bunch of it is nothing but a benefit, because Viral doesn't really care if you, or Gas doesn't really care if you stack it past 10, it's just going to start overwriting your oldest stack. Bomb that you need to consent to in order for it to blow up, the Optenheimer, that's a good idea. Bomb should have been avocado called the Wackenheimer.
The Wackenheimer?
The Wackenheimer. What are we talking about? I was talking about Blast and Electric. Get alloy plates. Kavat Incubator is good. Kavats, pretty much all of them are good, especially the Smita and the Adarza are very good.
There I go again.
I would say it's worth grinding, but if you're struggling to like spread your alloy plates too, like if you're spreading your alloy plates too thin because you're building too much, then I would say you don't have to make it like a priority. Okay. Those were the main two things I had in mind to talk about. So, do you guys think Quedza Drake is here? Do you know what would be really great? We could do the sortie. That was always Quedza's favorite activity.
What's the daily sortie?
Assassinate Lephantis, my beloved. You know what's funny is because of the changes to Blast, Kenjineer's thing about Blast being good against Lephantis is no longer applicable.
Oh.
It's too niche for me to explain because it's outdated after Blast got reworked anyways. Also, for the what's a sortie? Sorties are special 3 mission things that give you, like, good rewards. You unlock these after the War Within. It rotates every day. You could never do a dedicated grind for that. Yeah, like, I feel like that's more of like a... If you get them as you play, it's not a big of a deal. If you target farm it, that's, I imagine, very miserable. But 8 days until Sevagoth Prime. I am quite excited for Sevagoth Prime. They are... yeah, next Wednesday. Oh, this reminds me. It is now technically the 13th in my time zone, which means I have to tell everyone to wish Tapato a happy birthday, and by that I mean send them death threats.
Yo, Tapato.
If you're in Grattler Gang, be sure to tell Tapato happy birthday. Okay, I have to go to the birthday channel in Grattler Gang real quick, and just at Tapato and say, I'm going to kill you. I am going to kill you. Okay. So that's done. If anyone else is in the server, make sure to tell Tapato happy birthday. They didn't tell me how old they are, so, they skipped Lavos Prime. Lavos wasn't necessarily skipped. Zaku was supposed to be next. We might still get Lavos on time, but I kind of doubt it. It would be a well-designed and fun boss encounter. Yeah, if fucking only. Sortie Lephantis sucks. Alright, get in here, Hans. Mobile defense, regular defense, and... okay, honestly, all of these kind of suck.
Yeah. Well, only Lephantis.
Still on, so that's the thing, is like, we don't know quite yet. Lavos could still come out on time if he comes out in December, but I feel like because they jumped the order so much, they will probably put Zaku there, but it depends.
That's a good mobile defense character.
Yeah, like, Lavos wasn't skipped. We still have to see if Lavos was skipped into restricted missions, and now it's much worse. Honestly, with a lot of the restriction modifiers, I mostly rely on exalted weapon characters, like Titania here. He's on time. I mean, not necessarily. Like, if they didn't change the order, then him releasing in December would be on time regardless. If Zaku is the December release, then that does mean that Lavos got pushed into next year. That's the tricky thing, though, is that, like, the Prime release schedule in general has just been jacked up. This year seems like it's going to be normal for once, because we're having Sevagoth release so soon, but last year they fucked it up and only released 3, because they made Hildren Prime Access the longest Prime Access ever, which is funny, because I also think it is one of the worst Prime Accesses ever.
You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance.
Just speed run through this real quick. While we are just doing the sortie, everyone's favorite activity, you just use whatever. Honestly, I typically try to match my weapons, yeah. Lasted for 1 Hildrillion years, pretty much.
I've already gotten lost. Fuck, I haven't played this house set in ages.
This is one of the most common titles in the game. What the fuck are you talking about? Where have you been?
I don't know.
What determines the quality of a Prime Access? So the way I see it is typically, how do I put this? A Prime Access, I think, is of a good quality if it does a few different things. The main ones are like meaningful stat differences between the Prime and non-Prime versions of things, as well as any like unique Prime gimmicks. Typically make them better. My favorite Prime Accesses are ones that like change an item enough that it kind of recontextualizes how you'd use it. A great example of this is Garuda. Garuda is my favorite Prime Access ever for that reason. Nagantaka went from being a pretty hard status weapon to being a really powerful hybrid weapon. Corvus got changed pretty much entirely in its on-ground form, and it also, Corvus Prime got the ability to have better stats at full charge, like Velocitus does, which normal Corvus doesn't do.
The burst one, right?
Huh?
Is Corvus the burst one, or?
Corvus is the art gun that basically is like a Plasmor.
Ah, I'd have to try that.
And then Garuda's Talons got buffed to go from status weapons to very strong hybrid weapons. And I genuinely think you could make an argument that Garuda Prime Talons are one of the best melees in the entire game.
The downside is that you can't see anything.
Yeah, the fact that you can't use influence on them kind of hurts them in terms of like that now, but I don't feel like they need it. They are really, really strong. So that was part of why I really liked that Prime Access. Another thing that I think makes a Prime Access good is if it has like cosmetic offerings that are good. That's not necessarily like something that determines the quality of the Prime Access as a whole. Do MOA enemies still spawn your tributes in the fucking ceiling? Has that still not been fixed?
Bruh.
Oh my god, they do. The Osprey just did it as well. This has been a bug for a really long time now. Anyways. So, the quality of a Prime Access is more contingent on the quality of the items that it gives you. And the reason for that is because, you know, everyone will can get those through gameplay. So it's most important that those are good. But I also think that a good cosmetics on offer also are valuable. And for Garuda, her ephemera and her armor set, I think are both amazing. I think they're both really, really good. So I think, for me at least, she was my favorite Prime Access. Another example of a good Prime Access was Nidus. Aside from Nidus just being a good frame all around, the weapons that he came with both had really interesting changes from their normal forms. Strun was almost always a status shotgun with Strun Wraith, and Strun Prime was a crit-focused gun, so we had a crit-focused Strun in the game, which was an interesting way to change its formula up. And then Magnus has one of my favorite gimmicks in the entire game, Chamber Cascade, where if you hit any bullets that you hit on an enemy have a roughly 5% chance to give you infinite ammo for a brief period, and that is a refreshable buff. So infinite ammo shots can give you more infinite ammo. They'll reset the timer. So once you trigger it, you basically want to just lay on the trigger as much as possible to keep it going for as long as possible. I
am a strong believer that is one of the big reasons why they finally started, you know, it's like, you know what, we're going to implement auto fire, because we had another weapon that does this gimmick.
Yeah, Arc Magnus Prime has the same gimmick, which is really nice, and it makes it a lot of fun. So those are Prime Accesses that I think are good. Why do I think Hildren Prime Access was bad? The cosmetics weren't very good, which is kind of more of a minor thing, but I don't think they were that impressive. More importantly, though, all of the statistical upgrades to items were complete shit. Larkspur Prime got a, I believe, 4% crit chance increase and 0.2 times crit multiplier. This was a non-buff. It's still not high enough to make it that much better. Larkspur isn't even an overpowered weapon. Like, it's good in Arcwing, and virtually nowhere else in terms of, like, high level content, because art guns have kind of weak mods, so they have to be really statistically strong by themselves, like Mausolon and stuff. Also, yeah, Arc Magnus Prime is a weapon that you can get from relics that Barrow sells now. Which also means Arc Magnus is technically going to be permanently unvaulted. But Larkspur, like, I felt like Larkspur Prime was a good opportunity for them to make it, you know, an interesting weapon, or an interesting change-up by giving it good crit stats so it could be a good hybrid weapon, and they just didn't do that. Shade Prime coming out was also confusing, because Shade already has another version. Shade already had a Prisma version, so it was not a Sentinel that needed a refresh. And you guys want to know what the difference between Shade and Prisma Shade is? 25 armor. That's it. That's the difference.
Goated.
So, Shade did not need a Prime version, because it already had a Prisma version. And on top of that, the Prime Burst, pistol that it came with also sucks. It's got much better stats than the normal burst laser, but they're still bad. It's still not worth using.
It's still the burst laser.
So, that was why I don't like Hildryn Prime Access, because Hildryn herself also only got like a very minor increase in her shields.
And she's honestly really ugly.
So that basically what Hildryn Prime Access did was give us a Larkspur variant that, if you have a Riven for normal Larkspur, is a downgrade.
Yeah.
Gave us a variant of Shade that was not that much better and turned Prisma Shade into Mastery fodder, which I just find very frustrating.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
And Hildryn herself did not get any major changes either. Like, Hildryn has... I like Hildryn a lot, but she has some problems. Namely, her 4 is not very good, and it really should have gotten some touch-ups.
Not very good as well, or...
Her 1 is actually pretty strong. The main issue with Hildryn, honestly, is her 4, and I was expecting them to buff her like they did with Garuda, but they didn't touch any part of her kit, and Hildryn Prime is a very minor statistical upgrade over Hildryn. It's virtually unnoticeable, to be honest. I don't know, I just found the entirety of Hildryn's Prime Access, like, offensive. I think it is the second worst Prime Access of all time. The only one that beats it is Trinity, and the reason Trinity beats it is because Trinity came with Dual Commas Prime and the Prime Dog Collar, and the Prime Dog Collar is just fucking lame. Gunblade or Weapon Blade was most underrated, underutilized melee. I think Gunblades are not necessarily underutilized, even if Strofa's fallen out of the meta. When it comes to weapon types that I like, that I feel like are kind of underutilized, that's kind of tough to say. Because that's honestly a lot of weapon types are underutilized. What will determine if a weapon gets a Wraith, Prisma, or Vandal version? Basically, whenever just DE chooses it. Can I put the Prime Dog Collar on my boyfriend? I think I have one on Nitro.
Yeah.
But, so, like, I think Trinity's was the worst. Melee stance change, so it's not lethargic, or at least they make it faster. I'd hope so, but I honestly wouldn't count on it. Like, the trend that they had for a little bit of buffing characters when their Prime came out was good. Garuda got that really well as well. She got a pretty substantial overhaul before her Prime came out, but I don't expect them to do it. Like, Sevagoth has things that deserve to be touched up. My biggest issue with Sevagoth, personally, is I think that the fact that he has no passive benefit for filling his death well is kind of stupid. Like, Baruch has Restraint, and Baruch gains damage reduction as he loses Restraint, so even if you're not using his 4, there's still a benefit to having Restraint. On Sevagoth, though, there is no benefit to holding your death well, so if you're not using the 4, the mechanic doesn't do anything, and I don't like that for 2 reasons. The first is that Sevagoth basically doesn't have a passive then, because his passive only triggers on his death, and I wouldn't consider that a passive effect, because you have to die, meaning it has an activation condition. Beyond that, my issue with it is that there are a lot of genuinely good Sevagoth builds that do not use his shadow, like ones involving, people might be familiar with the strategy with Nourish, where you use Nourish, Reap, and Sow to kill rooms of enemies because the viral lets you insta-kill them. That's a pretty powerful strategy, but it doesn't interact with the shadow at all. So I think that the Deathwell should give him some kind of passive benefit for not using his 4, so that if you don't want to use his 4, you're allowed to, you know, just avoid it and still have a passive benefit.
Yeah.
Is that when he uses 1, he casts Reap, real and true. Make his shadow a tiny bit more tanky. I think that, like, there's definitely benefits to tweaking him just a bit. I think that the stance could be sped up, too. I think that's not an egregious opinion or anything. My biggest issue with him, though, personally, is just that I think his Deathwell should do something if he's not using his 4. Also, welcome, Link. Preparation goes hard. Yeah, preparation, I feel like, is borderline fucking mandatory on the Shadow. It's like, I do love spawning in as the Shadow and having no energy. Result in the Helminth being useless. Honestly, in a perfect world, the Helminth would be useless. Like, how do I put this? In a game like Warframe, the Helminth opens up like a variety of new options, and that's a good thing, but there are some frames that also rely on it, and that's a bad thing. Yeah. I think that a Warframe's kit should be good enough that when you want to Helminth something off, you feel that you're losing something. I think if it's an easy choice, like on Hildryn, for example, on Hildryn, getting rid of her 4 doesn't hurt you, because her 4 kind of sucks, and there's no real reason to use it. So it's pretty easy to get rid of, and that's just kind of a band-aid way to balance a character, is just, oh, well, that's just their Helminth slot. Like, I don't think Warframe should release with Helminth slots. I think that's kind of ridiculous. if a Warframe has like an ability this is the obvious helmet slot, I think it's a poorly designed ability. And yeah, there are several Warframes that run into this problem. Banshee, Soundquake fucking sucks. There's no real reason to keep it.
Ember, say Fireball sucks, which, yeah.
The unfortunate thing is some characters also have good kits, but also have such crippling problems they have to abandon an ability. A good example of this is Excalibur. Excalibur also, yeah, Caliban's one also sucks and is the easy helmet slot, but yeah. Excalibur has a kit that's fun, but he struggles to survive at higher level because he has no healing or damage mitigation. So Excalibur struggles because if he's not using some way to heal himself, then he dies really, really easily. And so it kind of feels like you're in a situation where you have to get rid of something or bend over backwards with like healing return and shit like that in order to make Excalibur work. And yeah, if you're not using a helmet, you still are getting kind of a gimped version of your healing. I like how everything is flying into the ceiling right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it does that. Never want
to replace any ability because they're cost with all of them. Fairly obvious helmet slot as long as you give her another healing skill. Yeah, I think that Garuda is a character where her 2 has its applications, but the way that it heals you as a percentage of your current health, not your max health, makes it easy to replace.
Yeah.
Augments an 8, I swear. So I got Gloom or Nourish. I don't think... I guess I don't entirely follow. I think that, like... How do I put this? Certain frames being popular to feed to the wall doesn't make them popular necessarily. It makes them popular to get rid of, because their best aspect is the ability they sacrifice. I don't think. Yeah, typically I don't. Like, my thing with Excalibur in particular, is Excalibur is like a... It's tricky because Excalibur, I think, actually makes the early game too easy, but then once you get to Steel Path level, he falls off compared to the others because he has no way to sustain himself. I am a very big proponent of the idea that Excalibur's passive should be changed. I've been considering making a video on this, but I'm concerned that if I do it, I'll just have people argue with me in the comments instead of actually creating any productive discussion about it. And really, this is the kind of thing I would ask DE directly if I could, instead of, like, making a video about it. But Excalibur's passive as it exists is that it gives you 10% more attack speed and damage with sword weapons. Sword weapons are weird, because it's a short list. It is like, I think it's swords, dual swords, rapiers, and nakanas. And the 10% speed and damage is additive with mods, so it's not good. 10%, yeah. It's not good. And I think that Excalibur's issue of not being able to survive is so glaring that it feels like a missed opportunity to not just make his passive work. My personal suggestion is to give him lifesteal with melees. Something like 2 to 5%. The reason that I think that they should make that his passive is because it would give him mitigation for his worst aspect, which is that he dies really, really easily. And on top of that, it would still promote his aggressive play style, because if you stop attacking, you're going to die. Which is, you know, the more aggressive, in-your-face style that Excalibur wants to play as. Someone mentioned as well, Overguard on melee kill. That could also be a good option. My concern with that is I think Overguard is so strong that it could make him even more brain dead at lower level. Because Overguard would be a constant half-second gate. And there's also the issue of if you're not killing things, you won't get any, but I guess, how do I put this? I think lifesteal is kind of a simple solution, because my concern is if Excalibur is an early game frame, introducing a mechanic like Overguard that early could confuse people. Where in the actual fuck is the operative? Oh, here he is.
Oh.
Which I hate because it's so uninteractive. Yeah, and a big part of why that setup on Excalibur is good with infinite slash dash spam is because he's invincible during it. So it kind of just skirts around his biggest problem.
Well, it was an issue because they fucking made him invincible during slash dash in that change, but they didn't do anything else about that, so it's just like, this should be enough, right?
What if you could subsume passive abilities? That would be funny, but would break a ton of characters that rely on their passive. Yeah, I think Excalibur should have, like, 2 to 5% lifesteal with melees as his passive, it would be a lot more impactful. It wouldn't break the early game because the percentage is low enough that they won't be dealing so much damage they'll insta-heal. But at higher levels, it would be really impactful because you're dealing enough damage that it would allow you to outpace the damage you're taking. It's like, when it comes to high levels, carry you very far, and SP would be completely irrelevant outside of gating. Yeah, I think, like, so my main concern is that it might be a little complicated. Like, you have a new player, they just started the game, they're playing through Boar's Prize, and they read their passive, and it gives you Overguard, and it's like, Overguard prevents status effects. It's a layer of additional health with no damage reduction. It's like, what the fuck does I just started, right? Like, what the fuck does any of this mean yet? I think that lifesteal would be...
In most terms, those, you know, if you think of the terms, like, does that... Okay, cool, that's an easy enough template to understand, and let's say extra layer of health. It's kind of like Overshield. It's somewhat simple enough. The implementation of it is probably different, but like the general terms itself is easy enough to understand what it does in general.
I still think the issue is that it is too much at once for a new player, especially if they've never played a game like Warframe before. Could I please hit my 2 on an enemy that's humanoid so it doesn't fly into the fucking ceiling? Anyways, the operative is just really having a fucking bad day, I'm not gonna lie.
Holy shit.
So, like, when it comes to the other starters, it should be a mid to late game mechanic, I agree. I think Overguard should be introduced later, and, like, currently it is. The only ways that you can access Overguard are, like, in a Frames kit, I believe it's just Colorvo, Dante, Rhino, is that it? I think it might just be Colorvo, Dante, and Rhino, or characters that can access it without the use of augments. I might be forgetting one. Rhino is an early game frame, but because he has a whole ability built around just Overguard, I mean without augments. Because like Styanax, Frost, Ember, they can all get it with augments, but because that requires you to interact with the Syndicate system, it does necessarily push it into later in the game. The only early game frame I can think of that gets Overguard with nothing else attached is Rhino, but Iron Skin's kind of whole thing is Overguard, so it is a good teaching point for Overguard because that's his whole ability. So you're able to get familiar with the mechanic because that's what the ability does. It's the Overguard button. As opposed to someone like Dante, where, you know, he can regenerate it, and he's kind of more about abusing the gate of his Overguard because he can regen it on kills, or like Colorvo, who will spam his 2 to abuse the gate. Rhino is a lot more straightforward in terms of how his Overguard functions. You just press the button for Overguard. Can't properly utilize it until mid-game. I think it's kind of... What makes Iron Skin a good ability to me is that there are a lot of ways you can keep it relevant as you progress through the game, right? Like, early on, it's useful as that extra layer of health and status immunity. In the mid-game, you'll start to get things that allow you to push it farther, and then late game, you can make it a lot better by continuing to push it with, like, the more tools you get. Rhino is a good character because the more you understand about the game, the more you can get out of him as a character.
Where the fuck is the operator?
I don't really know what he's doing, honestly. There's so much stuff on my radar, I actually have no clue where he is.
I can't even tell because it's also the same color as of the enemies, you know, red.
Rhino's the gift that keeps on giving. That's a way to put it. What then? That's a good question. Oh, he's over. What the fuck? He's just sitting in the fucking mosh pit. I see his dead marker over here, and I just watched like 30 Eximus units emerge.
I mean, yeah, he's probably suffering from the Eximus thing because you don't have magnetic on that thing, do you?
I don't, but this is still plenty of damage to kill them. I just didn't realize he was drowning in them.
Yeah. More accurate in Fested moment.
Because, like, when it comes to Rhino, his abilities are easy to understand, but when you progress through the game, you'll start to learn that you can continue to push them in important ways. So, like, for Rhino, right, Overguard is his 2 is an easy to understand ability in terms of, like, you push the button and it gives you Overguard. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. So you'll learn, like, okay, strength affects this, so you'll, you know, put strength on and stuff like that. And you'll be able to use that as kind of your basic level. And then as you progress through the game, you'll learn more about that ability, like, oh, armor affects it, okay.
Wait, he's moving. He keeps getting yanked into the monster, which is an enemy spawn.
Funny.
If this is just a volatile fucking, like, grabber fucking spawn, it seems like... I don't... Oh, Jesus Christ, Jade.
Right, so Rhino's... As you learn, like, oh, well, armor affects it. Oh, well, I'm progressing through the game, so I'm getting access to more sources of power strength. Stuff like that. You'll start to learn more ways that you can push it. You can get augments like Ironclad Charge that make it better. You can start to learn that because enemies deal 1 billion damage, you'll be able to abuse his conversion window at the beginning for even more overguard. So, like, as you progress through the game, that ability gets better, and it's the same for his, for Roar, because as you learn, like, it's a universal faction damage buff, so it gives you, you know, increased DOT damage and things like that. You're able to also kind of wring that out, just on top of getting, like, more mods for strength and stuff like that. You can learn to take advantage of that by playing him around weapons that, like, proc slash and that kind of thing. So, Rhino's 1 is only really good for setting up for his 2, or for, like, as a kind of a easy mobility tool. And Rhino's 4 is a pretty good ability, to be perfectly honest. The problem is, in a lot of cases, it's not good enough to keep, because you can take stuff like parasitic armor or larva or things like that in order to boost his overguard more. So Rhino is a character where, like, he's very good at, in my opinion, in all stages of the game, because as you learn, his kit is built in a way that you will be able to apply a lot of the knowledge you learn very easily to it, as well as just the gear that you obtain from it, which is a valuable thing. Really is everything a frame could ever need.
I have Paris Prime, I have Nataruk, and I have a Proboscis, I think. Yeah, I think that's it.
Nataruk is probably your best option.
Oh, I have Evensong and Senta, they're just not leveled, so...
And yeah, Parasitic Armor is a very good take on Rhino. It depends on if you want to play around, like, having higher shields and losing, like, having a window where you're very vulnerable in order to build it up. Unless you want to use the 2 augment, but I typically don't like to use Rhino's 2 augment because it feels like a bandage to me. What is used for Expedite Suffering? Expedite is actually really good in some specific contexts. People often take smaller flat buffs over trade-offs. Yeah, I agree, and that's part of why I think the starters are good too, is that the stats that they want are kind of pretty immediately obvious, and so it's easy to understand them. And then as you progress and start to realize the potential of their individual abilities and their augments, you can kind of focus on things over time. It's not like a character like Nova, for example. Nova's a character that kind of really wants one thing, and that's duration, and some strength if you're going to slow with her. So Nova would not be a good early game frame, because you don't really have to pay attention to certain stats. But once you get to the point on Europa where you can get Nova, you should have a better idea of how that stuff works. So when it comes to, like, actually working with that environment where you do actually want to take the trade-offs, you'll learn that more. Also, I'll be honest with you, Kazette, I do not agree that Trinity should be a starter, and my reasoning for that is very simple. She's boring as fuck. Trinity is not a very interactive character. You press 4 and you press 2, and you press your 3 when it goes off cooldown. If her rework that they're doing, like her light rework, makes this less of a problem for her, then I think that could be fair. But personally, when it comes to making a healer frame a starter, I think it should be Oberon. Oberon would need some adjustments, namely his 3 should not drain more energy for everything that you're healing. That is a really stupid mechanic. But I think that Oberon would be a much better starter because he's got more involved gameplay. Trinity is good at 2 things, really. Healing / damage reduction and energy generation. Oberon has those things to less of an extent, but he also has other tools in his kit, like, you know, status immunity and armor removal and stuff like that. Trinity is really good at what she does. She just only does that in a way that I don't think is fun to interact with. I do think we should have a 4th starter, especially a healer starter, because if you look at the starters, we have Excalibur, who's melee focused, we have Mag, who is a lot of crowd control and damage amplification off of her bubble and stuff like that, and then we have Volt, who is a mix of a lot of things: crowd control, damage amplification, and, like, movements, you know, movement and attack speed and stuff like that. So they all have very distinct flavors to them, and I feel like if we were going to add another starter, the support role is the one that we're missing. Also, I agree with Idan. It should not be an active drain on you to be supporting your team. If they want to make it a drain, like, over time, I think that's not terrible. But, oh right, I don't have unenergized munitions. This is going to be a huge pain in the ass. I kind of forgot about that. Should be the next starter. I will say this, Styanax. Styanax might be too good early game, because he has energy regeneration. I get the joke you're going for. Like, if you don't pick the starter, you've massively screwed yourself over, but I need to get a headshot kill on something, but the infested spawn pods aren't actually spawning anything. I didn't proc the arcane. That's rough. Just speaking of Oberon and Ashe need to be moved out of Railjack, like, really bad. They are disproportionately some of the worst frames to obtain in the entire game for no reason. I can just kill these guys, I guess. No headshots. Oh, wait, there, that was a headshot? Okay. Where? Here we are.
Oh, I thought about it. I can't use my arc gun. Damn.
Yeah, see, that's what we're looking for. But I think, like, when it comes to Ashe and Oberon, there are a lot of things that you could do to make them more obtainable, but I personally want to go with the simple approach. I just think they should be put into clan tech. Like, how bad the drop rates are on Railjack. Like, Ashe and Oberon are cancer to obtain, and I think that if they just, like, you could make them have more interesting acquisition methods, but the easiest option is just put them in clans. I don't think that would be that bad. If you don't get which one you picked. Yeah, that's also a good thing, is that Excalibur used to be a drop on Pluto, if anyone remembers that. But they moved him to Mars, so he'd be more early obtainable. So Mars and Phobos for Excalibur and Mag, and then Volt as a clan tech Warframe.
I would explain why I haven't been able to get fucking Excalibur pieces.
But yeah, I think for Ashe and Oberon, because they're so difficult and tedious to obtain, they should just be taken out of Railjack and put into clan tech. I'd be perfectly happy with them getting a more interesting method of obtaining them that is not, you know, bullshit. But, so I think it should be put them back where they were. I kind of object to that. My reasoning for that is kind of twofold. For Ashe, Manics were a really finicky way to get a Warframe. You could cheese it in terms of consistently spawning them by playing Disruption, but I feel like it was just not a good way to obtain a Warframe. Ashe, I think especially. Oberon you could give back to Eximist units, but I think he would really become... It's kind of like the Harrow chassis problem, right? It would just be like a clutter item. You'd be constantly picking pieces of him up. And I think... I think new players would also have no idea what the fuck is going on when they keep picking up Oberon pieces, but, like, Oberon I would be less offended by, but Ashe I don't think should be part of Manics. Like, Ashe was actually relatively easy to farm. He was just super boring, because you had to deliberately play Disruption, or not Disruption, sorry, Defection, incorrectly. You would get the Kavor Defectors, and you would sit there and wait for the 7-minute mark, because at 7 minutes, if you had Defectors active, a Manic would spawn. And it was just really, really boring.
It's actually hurting my eyes to use this fucking boy. I'm remembering why I don't use this thing so much.
Fair enough.
Just so fucking bright.
Oberon parts back in the day. Also, good times for real. It seemed like you suffered immensely during the Ashe grind item. One Manic. So yeah, you would spawn one Manic every 7 minutes. That was your farming method for Ashe. It was consistent, but you effectively had to exploit part of the game, and it was really, really boring. So my personal take, just put them in clan tech. I think it would be a perfectly fine way to obtain them. Especially because early on, Ashe and Oberon are not overpowered characters. The real thing I take offense to is Wukong being a clan tech frame, because that makes him an early game character. But he has Nightane, so it kind of locks new players out of getting him. I just woke up. Welcome, Blue. I'm ranting that they should take Oberon and Ashe out of Railjack and put them into clans. Also Nesha. I think Nesha could be played early game, but Nesha is a little bit confusing for new players, but I don't think it's like he's not as bad. Wukong allows you to not play the game, which is my issue with him being so early obtainable. But I will also say this. I am of the opinion in a game like Warframe that if you play a character like Wukong, and you want to complain that he makes the game too easy, that is your fault. Just stop playing Wukong. If you are upset that in public lobbies he's disrupting your experience, that is a separate issue, right? If people in public lobbies that are playing like Slam Wukong builds and stuff are taking away from your enjoyment, that's a different problem. if you yourself are playing Wukong and it's hurting your experience, you should just stop playing him. And a lot of people might be like, cool kid, that's stupid. Why would anyone ever argue that? And when Wukong first was like being complained about on the Warframe subreddit and things before his nerf, the things that prompted his nerf, a lot of people were like, yeah, my friend quit the game because Wukong made it so easy. And it's like, did you never tell him to just pick a different character? Like, that part of it isn't even Wukong's fault. That's your fault. It's a PvE game. You don't have to play the meta to succeed.
Now in Conclave, however...
Conclave has 3 people in it that have all been playing the game for 500 years. That's a separate issue. This is a call-out post? More or less, yes. Nobody really thinks this way anymore, but when Wukong was first nerfed, like right before that, what kind of prompted it was a lot of bitching on the Warframe forums and subreddit, and a lot of people like handed out that bullshit reason of like, well, my friend quit the game because Wukong made it so easy, and it's like, then just pick someone else. It's one character. There's over 50 of them. Just pick someone else. Also, yes, fun fact.
An item. Interesting.
You can just go through the ceiling. You don't have to go up the elevator.
I did not realize that.
Haste mode is funny. Don't forget the review bombing. The review bombing shocked me.
I fucking joked about it would happen because China. No, unfortunately, yeah,
like people, like Nitro joked, it was like, well, China's gonna accuse DE of being racist for nerfing Wukong, and I'm like, that's stupid. Like, no one would do that. That's such an obviously awful reason. And no, that actually happened. Some of the review bombing did actually stem from people accusing the developers of racism. You guys want to know what my favorite accusation of racism for Warframe is, though? I think this is, like, hilarious because this is such a massive stretch. So, there was someone who posted a thing on, like, it was in response to Titania Prime Access. I don't know if anyone knows where I'm going with this, because like, how the fuck did someone accuse DE of racism over Titania Prime Access? Does anyone remember what year Titania Prime came out in?
Nope.
For those who don't remember, if memory serves, it was 2020. There was also kind of a major world event occurring at the time. I can't talk about it on YouTube. It was COVID. I don't give a shit if they tag this video. So, here was the thing. Titania Prime came with 2 weapons, Corinth Prime and Pangolin Prime. Some person in the comments left a paragraph saying that Pangolin Prime coming out during COVID was racist because one of the theories for COVID's existence was that it might have spread to humans from pangolins. I didn't even know this was a thing, let alone that that was an argument that Titania Prime Access was racist. And it's just like, so naming a weapon that has, keep in mind, Pangolin Sword has been in the game for many years by the time it gets primed. This weapon was probably in the works before COVID was a global pandemic. And now that we're releasing Pangolin Prime, you're going to argue that despite this weapon being in the game for several years up to this point, it is now racist because of a current world event that has nothing to do with the weapon, and that it just shares a name with an animal that wasn't even the source of COVID. As far as I'm aware, the theory that it came from pangolins isn't even really considered anymore. So,
no, it's the
Nitro.
No, everyone knows the real fucking reason. And
we're not doing this on stream.
Fine.
Regardless, I just thought that was really funny. Seeing people on like make arguments like that, because like in any game community, you will see people say some absolutely outrageous shit. But that was like, that's up there for me. What did I even get from that? 4,000 endo? Okay, I don't care. That was up there. That was like potentially some of the most absurd, like, bending over backwards I've ever seen to justify a position. And it was completely ludicrous. Like, why? Here's how I think of it. Why was this person so desperate to accuse DE of racism that they jumped on such a, like, a link that was so thin? Like, if you're going to accuse Digital Extremes of being racist, and you're just sitting there waiting for your chance, and then you see this, and it's just like, this is it. This is my chance. I can finally, I've got them. I finally got them. DE is racist, and I can prove it. Like, what the fuck? It's very accurate. This is just all of my streams, to be honest. Trying to analyze Gyre's race? Okay, that's actually pretty fucking funny, I'm not gonna lie, because that's also really stupid. What fell for that? Yeah, like, which is funny, because even if you argue about the Reb, you know, Nick incident, That was also her falling for a joke. She wasn't deliberately being racist. People do actually unironically argue that, though. I've seen several people leave comments like, D.E. Rebecca's a racist, isn't she? And it's like, no. She fell for a joke and then immediately felt terrible for it afterwards. You can see it in her face when she gets it. In everything a company does. I mean, I would agree, but that's what Bane mods do. Deadass. This is what professionals call terminally online. Same thing with, okay, on the list of funny but stupid Warframe controversies, another one that's up there for me is Jade Shadows. Huh?
What was the last one you said? I just missed.
I don't even remember already.
Was it the one about Coral?
It's not important. The Jade Shadows was controversial for a few reasons, but one of the ones that I thought was funny is there were people in there that were like, I can't believe they released a straight love story during Pride Month. And I'm like, what? Like, what do you mean? Like, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of interesting takes about Jade Shadows, but that one was the funniest by far, where it's like, there were people that actually said that they took offense to that. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean that you find it offensive they released a straight love story during Pride Month? First of all, what does the during Pride Month part have to do with any of this? That doesn't fucking matter. Also, like, Warframe literally, in the major update before, added a gay love story with Albrecht and Lloyd. Like, I don't think it's problematic or homophobic or some stupid shit to release a straight love story in a video game. There are plenty of gay characters. Farzia talked about how much he wants to smash Maru, and Teshin, weirdly enough. Unfortunately, he was already smashed by Era into a powder.
Presumably.
New free Pride shit every year for the last few years. Like, yeah, like, how do you actually accuse DE of being problematic or homophobic when they do a lot of shit for Pride Month? Like, the Pride palette is legitimately one of the best palettes in the entire game, and it's free. The problem is you can't get the old one anymore, which sucks because it does have some colors that are not in the new one.
It does have a lot more shades of a color instead of just one color, so...
Yeah, but at the same time, you get, like, True White and True Black in the current Pride palette, which is a very big deal that you can get those for free, and they're available for 1 credit for an entire month. We have a lot of free color palettes. Because it's like, for free color palettes, we have that one. We have several ones for Halloween and Valentine's Day now, I believe. There's the St. Patrick's Day one, Shamrock. There are quite a few. 1999, you can romance anyone. Yeah, you're allowed to romance anyone in 1999. Please be normal about gay people. Unironically, yeah, I agree. I wish that fandoms would just be normal about these things.
Honestly.
Logical corollaries, you wouldn't be able to talk about people outside of Pride, which is exactly the opposite message. Yeah, that's like, here's...
Yes.
Look, I'm just ranting about unrelated shit. Whenever people say stuff like, I can't believe you did that during Pride Month, it's like, why the fuck does that matter? Is it not always bad to do something that's homophobic or, you know, bigoted?
Well,
like,
I mean...
why does it matter that it's Pride Month? I find that particular argument, like, people, you guys remember, okay, I'm getting super sidetracked. This isn't even yapping about Warframe anymore. Do you guys remember the controversy and, like, the feud between the Actman and Quantum TV? Does anyone remember this? It was a few years ago now, I think. When Actman made a video making fun of Quantum TV's Elden Ring review, and Quantum TV struck him down. It was a whole ordeal, but a big part of it was that Quantum TV was found to have a lot of homophobic comments on other sites, and they were they were recent. Like, when they were found, they were not that old. So, you know, Quantum TV was a known homophobe, and YouTube actually sided with Quantum TV. The reason for this was because Actman was a fucking dipshit of an incredibly high order. Actman made a joke about killing YouTube staff members' families. Now, I'm going to say, I get the point that he was trying to make an exaggerated joke for, like, what Quantum was doing, because Quantum was, like, a known doxer and other bad shit. The thing is, if you're going to make that joke, you probably shouldn't make a joke that threatens the lives of the people that you need to side with you.
Yeah.
So... that was ultimately why they sided with Quantum. It was less siding with Quantum and more not siding with the person who made a joke that could be perceived as a threat. But Quantum TV, yes, Quantum TV was a shitty TV reviewer that nobody liked, and he made very controversial videos about Elden Ring, where he said that the game was trash and anyone who argued with him was just an idiot. he didn't have any actual good opinions about the game. He just insulted its player base, and Actman made fun of him, and Quantum struck him down, and YouTube sided with Quantum on that. But the reason I bring that up is because this happened in June, and so Quantum's homophobic comments were found, and there were plenty of people that even I respect that were like, wow, YouTube siding with Quantum during Pride Month, that's a bad look. And it's like, I think him using the F slur on people in random public chats, admittedly, is kind of funny, but is also bad regardless of if it's Pride Month. The Pride Month thing has legitimately nothing to do with why this is a problem. Like, yeah. It being June doesn't fucking mean anything. Quantum TV...
Does it make it look worse? Yes. Does it mean anything? No.
Like, Quantum TV still posted blatantly homophobic shit in a bunch of forums, like, within 6 months of the controversy happening, if memory serves. That has nothing to do with it being Pride Month right now. That doesn't make it worse. It's bad regardless. And I find it weird that I see, like, even people like Deadwing Dork and, like, channels I actually generally like and think are relatively well, like, mannered, are making this argument. And it's just like, what the like, the Pride Month thing has nothing to fucking do with it. Away from controversial stuff. I only knew about the Actman thing because it was a really big thing on YouTube for a while. So if you weren't really like in that sphere when it happened, that's for the best. I don't even watch Actman. Person did something bad during this exact part of a planetary orbit. Like, all I'm saying is, think about this, chat. So like, Earth is moving around the sun, and the sun is orbiting the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is moving through the universe. So your exact space-time coordinates are never the same. So all I'm saying is, if you say a slur, that you have committed that crime at that exact part of history and that exact point in space-time. No, you can never do that again. You know, that's a once in a lifetime event, that you can be at those exact space-time coordinates and say a slur. So all I'm saying is, you have to start min-maxing, okay? Say as many slurs as possible. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not going to keep going with this. How did the conversation get here? It's a long story. Anyways, bro started being homophobic, which is funny because his birthday is in June. I make jokes about being homophobic because I'm not gay, my boyfriend is.
Yeah.
The galaxy is for our taking. Straight up slur maxing, casual cool kid advice. Look, I'm just saying, if you're trying to min-max, so this is what competitive racism is, you could think of it that way. Look, all I'm saying is you can maximize your number of unique events. That reminds me of fucking Dream's argument. Does anyone remember Dream's video when he first cheated and he released a thing that was full of a bunch of shitty math about how he actually didn't cheat, which was incredibly easy to disprove? And there was a part where he was like, you see, these numbers look statistically significant if you're looking for them, but they're actually not, because random chance is an equal odds for anything to occur. And it's like, that's cool, Dream, except for the things that you got were statistically significant, so this argument doesn't matter. What's the meta build for racism? Get yourself a Riven with damage to each of the 3 main factions. Racism Rivens are the racism meta.
Unironically, kinda.
Let's all say one at this very time so we all share this moment. Real.
Yeah.
I don't think
everyone in chat say the...
No, I don't think I can do that on stream, sorry. I should probably start actually playing the game again. I think people are probably getting bored of me just sitting here. You know what? I don't want to play huge racism increase.
I don't want to play pauses.
Prime, yeah, I have to use Prime sure-footed so I can be more racist, more efficiently. It is a big DPS increase. For mathematical constant hurts me. Real N-word Nightwave. Hey Dreamers. Play Caliban. I mean, I could. I've been kind of holding off on him for his rework. Prime slur-footed? Hell yeah. It's homophobia themed? Alright, I'm sorry in advance. Great intro to this channel. Thank you, cool kid. I'm sorry that's your first interaction with my entire channel. Wait, hold on. This is the wrong mission. It queued the tier 1. There we go.
Let me switch the character I like the look of then.
If you pick Ember, I'm smacking you. God damn it. Any theories on unnamed 2024 update? I'm guessing it's going to be Hey F slurs instead of Hey Dreamers fucking... Anyways, I'm guessing it's going to be a lot like Abyss of Daggeth. It's going to have a new frame, a new major rework, and the next major round of pet changes. So I think it's basically going to be Abyss of Daggeth 2, where it's going to be a lot of things that affect a lot of the game in terms of the like fundamental pet changes. Abyss of Daggeth also had some really important changes with like shields and stuff like that, and I hope to see similar stuff in that update. About time those groups got some exposure. You see, Homophobia Pride Month is actually just June if you're based in... Sorry, I can't say this shit. My channel's gonna get fucking killed.
I mean, we're gay. Okay.
I mean, that's true, but still. Oh, I lit myself on fire. Can I put myself out with the water? No.
But can I put you out with the water?
The moon is so large. Instead of the weird dog paint. You know, it's Lua in this game.
Right.
You guys want to know?
Right, it doesn't have the inward pass in this game.
You guys want to know a weird, who approved this Ireli Deluxe skin? Who was like, yeah, this is it. It's actually relatively popular. I don't know if you're saying it from like distaste or liking it. I'm kind of impartial to Ireli's skin.
Ireli's skin? Honestly, I don't like that at all.
I think it's just whatever. As a queer guy, I support these jokes. As a fellow queer guy, I can't actually say that on stream. Regardless of my own, how do we call this, intersectional politics, YouTube will still get mad at me. Fun fact, YouTube claims to support LGBT creators, but has been found to routinely demonetize them because they don't consider their topics advertiser-friendly. I'm still convinced that the Dargan video got shadow banned because the term boyfriend was in the comments so much. Because it had normal performance for the first day and then immediately flatlined afterwards. And I genuinely think that video got shadow banned because of it. Via open to new players. So here's the funny thing in regards to the Lua in the skybox. Lua actually used to not be in the skybox, and I know this because when Rosie started playing the game, she was on the plains at night, and I told her, hey, Rosie, could you look up for me? And she did, and Lua was not there.
It said goable.
At some point, this got bugged out and broke, and they've never noticed and never fixed it. So most new players will probably not think about it or notice it until that point, but I think it's funny that that just never got fixed.
You know, I think it's funny that I played during the time where it was like that, you know, like working properly. But I never went. It's like, huh? I wonder where the moon is. I never thought to look. It's like, it's probably just not there, or so I just can't see it somewhere in the galaxy. No, it's just, you know, it was lore relevant.
Yeah, the entire plot twist, like, reveal of the moon being in the void is a very cool moment, and it kind of sucks that you can spoil it by looking up because it's blood. Also, my test stream got flagged with nudity. I was modeling a 3D knife. I guess it's just too much of a dick, sorry. I'm mad about Zaku and Lavos being pushed back. I want the Zaza so I don't have to form on my regular one. I'm mostly concerned about Lavos being pushed back. He's the one I'm the most excited for, but, like, I will say, in a way, Sevagoth coming out is a relief, because now when I reforma him, it will be a total bitch, but then I won't have to worry about ever doing it ever again.
Yeah.
I think my current Sevagoth has 8 forma on him across all 3, which sucks. And I'm not looking forward to that again, but, you know, once I do it, it'll be done, so there's that at least. Will be amazing for Cedo Prime. I honestly expect Cedo Prime to probably not be that big of a statistical upgrade. My reasoning for that is relatively simple. Cedo is already one of the best shotguns in the entire game. So Cedo Prime will probably not be that big of a statistical improvement. It will still be a very good gun, because it's a Cedo, but I don't expect it to be like a massive bump. Very much in hype for Sevagoth Prime. Yeah, like, I think that Lavos will be a really fun Prime Access because he's a fun character. He'll have cool fashion because Lavos has kind of struggled in that regard, and his Prime model is something a lot of people think he'll need, even though his new 10-0 gen is like fucking amazing. Zaku, I'm not really sure.
It makes like the fucking squeak sound. That's amazing.
Like, for me, I'm excited for every single Prime, on some level, because I play every character, and I like them all, so I'm never really bummed when a Prime is announced. There's no character I just straight up don't like and never want to play, but at the same time, it is kind of a bummer to me, because I do play favorites, and while I'm not, like, sad that it's Sevagoth, I still hope that Lavos comes out on time, and that they push Zaku back next. I still like Zaku a lot. I
Oh
will
my
not
God,
be
babe,
sad.
You'd be so fucking like homophobic.
I will not be like sad if Zaku gets picked next necessarily. I just prefer, you know, to have Lavas because I like him more. You have a slash proc and alt fire explosions. That would be funny, but I don't think it's necessary. They have to design 3 frames. He's in a really good position right now. So I feel like his death well should have a passive benefit for him, but otherwise I agree that he's a pretty solid character with his new augments, especially.
Went so bad.
I got 81. Yeah, I was hardly paying attention there. Put 2 Umbral Formas on him like a dumbass, and I don't want to feel the regret. That's how I feel, because I do have an Umbral, or I think 1 or 2 Umbrals on Sevagoth, you know, somewhere in the chain, so I don't want to type it in just in case. dickandnuts.com is actually a domain I own. I own this website. It redirects to my YouTube channel on Sevagoth. Having 6 Umbral Formas on Sevagoths honestly is just a you problem, not a flex. Like, if that's how you play Sevagoth, that's fine, but if you want to dump that much investment into a character, that's on you.
If you dump that much into a character that doesn't have a prime yet, I'm sorry for you.
A twin sister, call him Aknakak, that would go hard.
Nakek.
Is releasing so soon after his deluxe. Sevagoth's deluxe was a decent amount of time ago.
It feels like it wasn't that long, granted, but like, yeah.
I own Dick and Nuts moments. Really needs Umbral Forma. I think that I have an Umbral Forma on either the Shadow or his melee. I can't remember which. 7 Umbral and Forma, not Umbrals, because I imagine 7 Umbral. I actually was debating like making canon Umbra as a joke, where I made every single one of his polarities an Umbral polarity, but
Why is it daytime? The fuck?
it's random. I believe it's random.
We had never gotten non-daytime on this last stage before until now.
Yeah, I believe it's random. It also might be based on the Earth day-night cycle, I can't remember. But I realized that if I was going to put, like, a bunch of Umbral Forma on Umbra, A, I actually play him, so that would be really intrusive, because I can't get another one to do that, too. And, B, that would be a massive waste of a very rare resource. Umbral Excalibur, Umbra, real and true. This is why Echoes of Umbra should have never been cut, so I can make Umbra. Putting 8 Umbra Forma on an extra Wisp Prime I own, that's peak. Ureli Prime gets good looks. Ureli Prime should be next year. Implying they don't massively fuck with the order again. I have like 30 of them. Well, you have to consider, because that, like, they're not handed out frequently, right? Like, the typical amount that you can get per year, I believe, is 8, based on the rotation from Teshin. And then they occasionally come from Gift of the Lotus alerts and stuff like that. But they're the kind of thing that you'll normally only get 1 every roughly 2 months.
Yeah, like, I haven't had one for like a couple months.
It's one of those things where, like, they're not a common thing. Even if you have a lot, that's more of a function of you don't use them, not they're not rare. It's like Archon shards, right? Like, even though there are a lot of ways to get Archon shards now, you are limited in the amount you can acquire per week, especially with Tau Forged and stuff. If you have a lot of them, that's more of a function of you not using them, not them not being a valuable item or being somewhat rare. The moment of my doom. Yeah, you have to put 1,000 Forma on your Ureli Prime, sorry. Ah! Sorry, I died. How is Excalibur?
I gotta reload.
I've only gotten... Nitro's just taking all the kills because I'm reading the chat and not paying attention. I could genuinely just not be playing, and it'd probably be better for me because I can get the kills and not have them taken from me. Mag Umbra win. I don't think we'll ever get another Umbra frame, and I honestly don't think we should.
Yeah, same.
Like, Umbra being Umbra is an incredibly lore-relevant thing. I don't think it would work if we got more Umbra characters.
I mean, it might have if he didn't fucking remember finally, somehow.
Moddable Marilena, sadly not really. I've never honestly understood the push for a moddable Marilena, personally. Reason being that in normal missions... Like, in normal missions, you would be way too fucking fast. But it would be funny, so there is that. Soccer is Ash Umbra? Not necessarily. He
Oh my
uses
God,
Excalibur
Cage, what's
to
it,
body.
Insentient Cage Ride.
No more Umbras and no raids. I would prefer a source for that, but I don't doubt it. Of having very few frame slots. That's also potentially the case. Because apparently Excaliburians don't consider Umbra to be an Excalibur. That's actually fucking hilarious. It was stated in a dev short. I'll have to find it somewhere. I still am of the opinion, like, I know this puts me at odds with a lot of the Warframe community, but I do not think that they should bring raids back.
Okay,
Also, thank you for the resub TM, AK Dreamer. Extra Cowan Burger Umbreon is like my goofiest whale farm. That was somewhat challenging to read. Just want the energy per Shrek mod on Marlene. I mean, probably. Raid out and you can hover over and see its mashups. That's interesting. I'm gonna use the clip on my remake of the video. Based alert. Some people, like, I remember I was talking about, it's like, you know, Warframe's alphabet is almost done. We just need a U character. And people are like, well, Umbra. And it's like, he's Excalibur Umbra. Like, he's still an E, because he's still Excalibur.
Man, that low on the tier list, huh?
Real. So it's like, I'm honestly surprised Site09 is not the U Warframe, because we got several in rapid succession, right? We got Corvex and Daggeth and Jade, which were all letters we didn't have in the alphabet. Is Umbra his legal first or last name?
Name to be Frumentarius.
Frumentarius. I'm glad that is not Site09's name. I will never, from now on, Letty's rat is Frumentarius.
Oh, is it?
That's what I've deemed.
Right,
Also,
yeah.
Zaku would need buffs and Zaku would need nerfs. I don't think either of them deserve to be changed. I think that Lavos post-augment is in a very good spot. He's very strong. And I think that Zaku doesn't really deserve to get nerfed. Like, I could see it happening, but I don't think that they deserve it.
So you won this one. Best out of...
Especially, like, Warframe's community is insanely allergic to nerfs.
Let's do it again, meat suck!
Where's Excalibur comments came flooding? Yep, there it is.
Hell.
Didn't get Arcane Grace the health tank. I don't actually use Arcane Grace on Lavos. It's definitely a viable strategy, though, for all sniper weapons. I feel like they would have brought that up. I'm vetoing more dog days. It's too hard to play and read at the same time.
You know, fair enough.
For Lavos, like, for the way I play Lavos, I use the mecha set, which gives you a shit ton of, it gives you a lot of armor. The mecha set gives you a ton of armor, so I use it for that reason. I also really like Valence Formation. This is probably my favorite augment in the entire game, no shot. I love Valence Formation. It is such a cool and creative augment.
Which one in,
It's the one for Lavos, where when he uses an ability, whatever damage he had infused into that ability is given to his gun.
Oh, yeah, nice.
It is a very good and very creative augment. It really helps to drive home his flexibility. Other Warframes with numbers. I mean, you know, maybe we do need Warframes with numbers to finish the alphabet. We have to make it alphanumeric. One's name is going to start with a fucking question mark. Work no matter what. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, weirdly enough, I think Primary Frost and, like, Cascadia Flare and stuff can trigger off of, like, non-weapon procs, but specifically Primary Blight has to be a toxin proc from your weapon. I don't know why, but it's a really bizarre limitation of it. So Lavos can help get around that admittedly really stupid issue that the Arcane has. Warframe Greek alphabet. Warframe should have a name in Wingdings. Whopping 10 energy because someone forgot he uses no energy. That would go hard. I think
Just likes to assume he knows nothing.
I don't Warframe that's every gender. That's just Zaku.
I think they already know.
Long Disguise, same answer. Honestly, I don't think Revenant needs a rework. He just needs to have his other options become more appealing. Like, there is a way to play Revenant that is not completely contingent on his invincibility. The problem is because his invincibility is so good, people just play him for this ability. The rest of his abilities do interesting stuff, they're just not good enough. His passive also sucks. Shield depletion, why are your shields breaking on Revenant? I think he could use a touch-up. I don't think he needs a full-on rework, personally. To apply microwave to all enemies in line of sight, that's certainly an interesting idea. Make suit properly obtainable, that's true. There's been the reset suit button for the longest time, but how do I set suit in the first place? I don't know. They've never told me. We're still getting there. I don't even know who suit is. Les Fiches. I think, yeah, that's my Ureli loadout. Play Revenant for the 4th ability. Like, honestly based. Revenant's 4 actually can do some work. Steal your only Warframe? That's true. You have to start the game and have Zanuka kidnap you. Revenant should be nerfed. I don't think that Revenant deserves to be nerfed. He has one very powerful aspect, but that's really all he has going for him for a lot of people. Like, Revenant doesn't disrupt other people's gameplay. He's just really brain dead because people play him just for his invincibility.
Yeah.
I don't think that he warrants a nerf on those grounds. And that's, like, so that's just my opinion, but, like, if he's not making the game miserable for everyone else, we're going to Cetus. Can you read?
I mean, sorry, what are we going here for?
You're going.
Yeah, but what for?
Gas damage buff, yeah, because gas doesn't scale with its constituents, toxin and heat. So the only way you can scale it via an elemental boost is Lavos. Needs a rework next. When it comes to, like, the rework, like, docket, people that need to be up next for a rework, I do think Valkyr is up there. I think that Banshee also deserves one. More of a light rework in terms of, like, she has big issues with survivability, and Soundquake is really bad. Limbo also deserves a light rework, namely, he struggles a lot with nullifiers, and I also think that his Rift is actively annoying for other players. So, like, I think that Banshee and Limbo are definitely up there for me in terms of, like, they deserve some changes. Atlas is also a character where I think that he could get some buffs, but he doesn't need to be, like, radically changed. I don't think he needs, like, new abilities or anything like that. I still remember when they said they were going to rework Chroma, and then they just nerfed him and never went back to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Might get doxed. I mean, yeah, you never know. Sabuchi said that they thought that Valkyr's 1 was kind of mid and they got doxed. It's funny because the people that did that, they were in my Discord. This was before, like, things between them and Sabuchi got really fucking bad. So I didn't, like, this was before any of that context happened. So I was kind of, like off-put by their behavior, but not super, like, jumping on getting rid of them, because part of me just assumed they were just pouncing on Sap because he's a YouTuber and people are just shitty to people like that a lot of the time. But they actually argued in my Discord that Valkyr is better than Baruch. And I just would like to say that if anyone here genuinely holds the opinion that Valkyr is better than Baruch, I would like you to take an IQ test. I don't expect you to pass.
Pay for it.
I don't expect you to pass, but I would like you to take an IQ test, because once those results get back to me, that's my whole argument. I don't even need to say anything past that. Valkyr being better Baruch is legitimately an insane take. The only thing that Valkyr has going for her in her current state is she can be invincible, though it drains a lot of energy. She has a very powerful spin attack, like a slide attack for her Exalted, and Warcry is a good buff. Baruch's slide attack is almost as good as Valkyr's, which is the main thing she's good at. Like, Valkyr, I believe, is 6 attacks, like 6 hits that deal 300% damage each. Baruch's is 5 hits that deal 300% damage each. So Baruch is only a little bit worse than Valkyr's slide attack, on top of everything else he has going for him. Yeah, when it comes to Valkyr, the main thing that I think that would really benefit her is her stance needs to be massively buffed. It's very bad.
It's bad.
Her 1 could also use adjustments to, like, make your momentum be preserved or be more, you know... Her rip line just needs to flow better. It just feels awkward to use. If they made it like an actual grappling hook that you could, like, zip around on, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Her 2 is fine. Warcry is a good ability already. Her 3 isn't very good. I think that they could, you know, do something to it to make it more appealing. Her 4 needs a better stance, and it also needs to have all of its weird limitations that were supposed to cap her invisibility strength removed, like how it drains more energy over time, you take damage if you decast it near enemies. All that shit is stupid. Literally doesn't work out. Like, Paralyze is one of those abilities where, like, I think it's fine in concept, but doesn't mesh with her ability, like, her kit at all. And the augment for Paralyze also has been bugged for ages and doesn't pull enemies in correctly, which is the only time it could actually be useful. Shred them into ribbons. She already kind of can do that with an augment for her 4, but it's honestly not amazing. I think it would be cool if, like, her 1 could, like, immediately, like, really quickly yank her to enemies, but I guess we'll have to see. Animation lasts about as long as the crowd control. Yeah, it's, listen, it's fine in concept, bad in practice. I find it's weird that they added lines for Saya, by the way, that she can just randomly talk now. Valkyrie should shred the enemies into ribbons, that's true. Narmer bounty, bottom text. We have the Ghoul Purge, guys, Ghoul Purge. Nitane extract rare reward. Powders and dyes. Does anyone else find it weird that the powders and dyes guy doesn't sell a color palette? Like, something someone pointed out on the new player video that I think was actually a very good suggestion was they think that the classic color palette, you should be able to spend credits to unlock individual colors. I think that's a great idea because like, new players are kind of locked out of a lot of fashion options unless they join during, like, you know, an event that gives them away, like, you know, Valentine's or something. So being able to use credits to unlock Classic, I think, is a really good idea. But I also think that the powders and dyes guy should sell colors for a color palette. In fact, you could make him the way to unlock new colors in Classic. I think that's a good idea, that this guy should actually sell things for a color palettes. Or strap for credits as it is, and that's true, but I think that being able to spend a certain amount of credits for a color would be like, it would give them a thing to work towards for, you know, wanting to save up credits to spend them on a color that they really like in Classic. Also, it obviously depends on the price. Locked or not, new and old. That would be cool, but also probably kind of fuck up the monetization scheme of the game. Like you needs a little snack. Does not give new accounts enough stuff up front. I agree with that. I have kind of an entire video on that, but the comments in it are now disabled because people would not stop shit-talking me and the game that I very much enjoy. Like, I'm not the kind of person who thinks you can't criticize Warframe, but I also am the kind of person that when I have people in my comments that don't know what they're talking about, shitting on the game because they're emotionally children, it's very grating to have to read all the fucking time.
Yeah.
I fixed the game. The problem with selling individual colors for plats instead of credits is they would ultimately be way more expensive than the palettes they're a part of. If this game was perfect, we just have like a fucking color wheel or something, but that's not how it gets to be. Large rare fish, like the fish themselves, 60 large glapids for classic color palette. That would be peak, actually. I came to see this wanting to do something, and I kind of completely forgot what that something was going to be. Yeah, see, Saya can talk now. Yeah, they try to constantly make eye contact with you, so you can make them do really weird shit, like jumping around or crouching. Like some... Hi. Hello, Kanzu. Hexadecimal color input. That would go hard.
Yeah.
Drop the color palette. I like how we're just making, like, increasingly complex ways to get the color palette. So thank you for stopping by. Just be free flat because there's so many others. Yeah, like the fact that you only unlock a part of it sucks on Mars. Yeah, Blueprint, I had a concept for something. I thought about making a video on this like way back when I started, but no one cares, so I didn't. But I think it would be really cool to have an open world on Mars that's a desert that's like a Mad Max type of deal. We have like modular vehicles you could make. I think that would be cool as fuck. Especially because, like, Mars has such great untapped potential with the Phobian ruins. Like, the Grineer have built all of their architecture into the Phobian ruins, and I think it'd be really cool if, like, what if you found, like, an untouched Phobian city or something, and, like, you had this big desert and then, like, this central Phobian city or something. that you had to go to and extract artifacts from. Yeah, you could even, yeah, you make it Narmer themed. I feel like it depends on when you want to encounter it in the game. I just wish Narmer's storyline would actually end, to be honest. But it could be definitely cool to have like an armor or like a Mars open world. Can't really obtain red pigment. Did they change how red pigment is dropped? Being scrapped by the Grenier. That would be interesting. Unless you didn't do the quest and had farmed bosses for Stalker to attack you. Oh, does only normal Stalker drop it? They might have accidentally messed up and not given the pigment to Protector Stalker. But a giant worm would also be peak. The thing is, I don't expect DE to ever do another open world, and the reason for this, I'll be honest, I blame YouTubers. There was a period of time after Deimos where there were a lot of videos complaining that the new open world formula was tired and that like it wasn't good and they should stop doing it. And we're getting more open world areas like 1999 in Duviri, but they're not as like straightforward. They always have some other stuff tied to them. That's not a problem, but I think that having more open worlds that are just open worlds of core Warframe gameplay with like their own, you know, central gimmick or two is probably not realistic. Like, Fortuna was an open world that introduced gimmicks like conservation was a new thing for Fortuna, the cage ride was a new thing with Fortuna. Obviously the plains set the standard, it added mining, it added fishing, all that stuff. Deimos varied it a lot with like mechs and the underground caves and stuff like that. But they're all still fundamentally the same formula, and I think that because of a lot of YouTubers not liking that, it's not going to ever happen again. Won't be an open world.
Maybe we'll be able to use the fucking bikes in every other open world or some shit. That'd be great.
For the 1999 thing, leaks have suggested it will be an open world, but we're not entirely sure. I don't think they've ever said anything definitive about it. I'm expecting it to be, personally, but I really want to see what they're cooking up. In the gameplay video, Volt has a sawn-off, and it's different than the one that was a skin from Nightwave. I'm honestly very excited for the, like, classic-style weapons.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the pistol that Arthur used looked really cool. The RPG would be our first shoulder-mounted rocket launcher in the game after all this time. Deimos hatches and we have to fight it. Just like they did with Fortuna. Yeah. Cetus's grind is... I don't think it's as bad, but it is also kind of it's grueling for early on. Saruman Sanctum type area. The mall realistically will be, based on what we know about it. Because we're going to City 17, yes, I believe that's correct. What Cetus fish tastes best? That's an interesting question. Debt bond farming. Debt bonds were a particular kind of cancer. I'm just wandering around Cetus. I don't know why I came here. This was stupid.
I was trying to ask you before we came because I knew we would both forget. So.
I had a thing in mind and I forgot.
We forgot.
How do randomly generated tiles work in a city? You just go to a different part of the city, TM. Add a proto version for every frame? I don't think so, and I honestly don't think they should. So if you want to leave Cetus, I'll re-invite you. Sorry, I kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I'll
yeah, the Debt Bond farm did get nerfed. Like, on release, it was really, really bad, but nowadays, it's not as terrible. I feel like Fortuna was in more pressing need, but I think Cetus could definitely see a reduction. I think proto frames would be cool for certain characters. Like, I would love to see a post-release proto frame of Volt, or not Volt, sorry, he's already a proto frame, of Loki. I was very surprised Loki didn't get one. Rhino, I also think could be a cool proto frame. Frost could be a cool proto frame. Like, there's potential there, but I don't expect them to add more. We'll just kind of have to see, I guess, because each member of the Hex will presumably have, like, a reason for being there. OG roster, maybe, if only. I was surprised that's not what they did, honestly. Also, yeah, Deimos fishing and mining. On Deimos, mother bounties are by far the best way to progress. And that is kind of sad. There's really no variety for how you progress through Deimos. Mother bounties are way too efficient. Oh, there's an alchemy fisher. Fuck it, we can do this.
Hell yeah.
I have 2 radiants. War of what? You think Frumentarius will have an exalted motorcycle? Real. Yes.
Hell yeah, honestly. Who to play?
Or we'll be here for a minute while Nitro was playing dress up or whatever.
I'm trying to figure out who to play for the next hour.
I don't think we'll be here for that long, honestly. Jamaican Urelli? Why? What?
War.
Would go hard. Yeah, I think it would be cool to get like Loki. Yeah, Ember is one I didn't think to mention, but like the original 8, because Nyx was actually not part of the original 8, which is why I was surprised to see her in there.
Yeah.
Obviously, Cyto 9 isn't either, but he's being released as a new character right before then, so. Because my prediction for the the content cycle is we're probably going to get the unnamed 2024 update in October, like Abyss of Daggeth was. And then they said that it's going to be winter of this year that we get 1999. But I would bet money that it's going to get delayed like Duviri did. Because for those who, you know, remember, Duviri was also supposed to be winter of that year, and it got pushed back all the way to April of the next year. So I would not be surprised. Also, yeah, Nyx is there because of the fact that she's a female Excalibur, and her and Arthur are siblings. Okay, you know what, real quick, while Nitro's doing this, I am going to get up for a second. You all don't plot my downfall or anything. I will be right back.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. I hope you guys didn't plot my downfall. I think that,
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, shit. I'll fucking play this guy.
I think that everyone here is completely normal. I shot Gunframe. They did say that, like, at TennoCon, Cyto 9's theme is he's a soldier, which is a generic theme, but I actually like that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I think that, like, having a frame that's like a sniper or like a traditional soldier is not really a thing in this game, and I've always found that weird. Like, honestly, something I really hope as a weird thing that I hope Cyto 9 gets is I want him to have grenades as a mechanic. Like, I think it would be really cool if Cyto 9 had an ability like Vauban or Avar where he could rotate between multiple different grenades. I think that would be sick. But
Oh, yeah.
we'll just have to see what he does.
Sure, and then I'll...
I'm gonna show-
Hang on, let me just fucking grab the, what's it? Complete the look with the fucking Minos cosplay.
If we get another Warframe this year, I would be surprised, honestly. I feel like Cyto 9 will probably be the last one, but we'll just have to see. Or Exalted Primary. He could get an Exalted again. We've gotten 2 of those in a row. Shock, Fire, Cold, and Toxin Grenade. Honestly, that would be sick as fuck, but we'll have to see. I'll have a Stamina bar? That would be hilarious. If only, yeah. But I've always found whether we've never had like a demolitionist or grenade-themed character in this game. Void shells for new frames. I think after Varuna, they just kind of gave up on keeping up with it. I couldn't tell you why. For elemental damage bullets. With 6 months left in your year feels bad. Like, the kind of thing that sucks is that Cyto 9 is coming out so late in the year. I hate to say this, but after the release of Dante Unbound, I feel like we've kind of been in somewhat of a content drought. Like, Jade Shadows helped with that, but ultimately what it contributed to the game long term was a few new arcanes, which has been really cool. But it gave us a Warframe, 3 weapons in 1 mission, and a story quest that takes, 20 minutes to complete. So I feel like the content from that update for me kind of fell off quickly. So
Get jump skip.
my hope is that the fall update is like Abyss of Daggett, where it gives us quite a bit to work with all of the changes to companions and stuff like that. Did someone drop an energy orb for me, please? There we go. Because, yeah, energy, fun fact, the energy boost from Nourish also affects the Xeneric passive, where picking up a energy orb gives you energy over time. It's very nice. Oh, the Crucible, I was like, is the Crucible even in here? First person parkour.
It's above it. It's above Cricket, yeah.
Thank you for the 5 AK Dreamer. I hope Proto-Nix uploads a 400 terabyte zip bomb into Alad V's brain and he has to go to the hospital and falls in love with Dr. Tengus. I don't think that will happen, but I like that you have big dreams, AK Dreamer. I see where the name comes from. I don't think that will ever happen, but you know, who am I to tell you no? Even works with energy hyphen. Yeah, Nourish even works with energy pizzas. It's literally all forms of energy gain.
Yeah.
Banger ability. My uncle works at DE. He said it's true. I believe you. There's a like, yeah, Cyto 9's unique mechanic. He goes into first person. He becomes Mr. Halo.
Hey, unironically, first person in Warframe used to be a thing. I want it back.
There was a bug that allowed you to push your camera into your face for a time. That was kind of fun, but it obviously is not what this game is designed around.
Before they hard stance banned modding way back early in the day, there was a first-person mod, and I didn't try it. I saw a video of it. I can't find the fucking video now because like it's all full of fucking concept and like the new bug shit. But it was good.
I think it would be neat, but I also feel like the proto frames, like for the finisher comment specifically, the proto frames kind of have like a noticeable decrease in strength compared to normal Warframes, and I don't know if they're going to try and play up their power with stuff like that. Like Arthur is like audibly winded after fighting the Skaldra, and like you know, Owie freaks out that he fought a tank. So it seems like, well, like for a normal Warframe, that's nothing. For the proto frames, it's kind of a big deal when they have to do things like that. It would be really cool, but I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately. We'll have to see, but
yeah.
I don't know why that Toxin Ampor just floated away from me there, but it's fine, I guess. Going to be the same strength. We'll have to see with that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just like the same strength in gameplay. In Arbiter's weapons and for Warframes only Lavos can actively use Gas's abilities. Yeah, Gas, it's kind of upsets me that they said on a dev stream Gas doesn't need any changes because it's strong if you know how to use it. Like, that's true, but Gas is exceedingly situational. I think that honestly what they should do to buff Gas is unironically just remove the cap on its number of stacks. Cap its like AoE radius at 10 stacks like it currently is for 6 meters. But I think that they could just, if they uncapped the amount of stacks, that wouldn't hurt situations where it's already good, and it would make it more usable on more weapons. As kind of like a side grade to Blast. That's just my opinion, but because like it is very strong on in certain situations, but I don't know why I shot that. Bigger radius than Blast. I believe, yeah, it's 6 meters versus Blast 5 meters, so it's not that much bigger, but like Gas is strong on things like Nataruk, Daikyu, Lavos is 4. Yeah, because Nataruk is a very hard-hitting weapon.
Valid, I guess.
Where is Misery? I don't... Oh, there he is. Perish. Got his ass. Good morning, Mr. Kid. Thank you for the 50. Crowns, I keep having to remind myself. Tell you. Gas is strong when you're in a confined space. Okay, fucking war crime Evelyn over here. Like, yeah, Gas was pretty strong back in the trenches. I remember the Argon, head ass. Throw off of the Gas Lavos nuke. I don't think it's necessary, because that... Back to Nightwave already. I do hope that they re-release the Dark Sector skins at some point. They're all really cool.
Man, the Argonne offensive in 1918 was the fucking shit, bro. I'll tell you that.
Like, yeah, we can prove gas's effectiveness by just going back to World War I, head ass. Evelyn war crime art. Not making the joke with the mustache guy. This was pre-mustache guy. Use gas. Yeah, that's kind of the main distinction. Blast is very good if you can proc it really fast on high rate of fire weapons. Gas is at its best if you have low, not necessarily low rate of fire, so much as high damage per shot. Warframe World War I. Peak alert?
Spub for spub, I guess. I don't know. Also, unironically, yeah.
Going to be gas clearing. I mean, considering that, if Fervon, the gas in 1999, is a parody of Enferon, which was the gas from Dark Sector. You ever tried blast snipers before?
No, never mind.
It wasn't. I haven't tried blast snipers. I have tried gas on some of them, like Vectis, but I wouldn't expect blast to be super effective on them. But maybe it is. Maybe I just am sleeping on it. I don't know. We get Warframe 1917. Honestly, that would be peak. It's just like has nothing to do with the rest of the game. It's like a first-person shooter. It's like fucking Verdun. I hope we do get Scaldra weapons. That would be nice. And so I'm honestly very excited for a lot of the like era-appropriate weaponry. I hope we get a lot of weapons with 1999.
Oh yeah. We can get an actual lot.
Well, yeah, that's the update that buffs gas. Like how Whispers in the Walls give us a bunch of radiation mods. We get a bunch of gas-focused mods with the World War I update.
Unironically, that'd be based.
That would also allow gas to be better because it could scale if it had mods that were just gas.
Yeah, honestly.
Assassination mission in EDA. Assassination has been completely absent for a while, and I don't know why. Mirror Defense is also appearing a lot less, but I will not complain about that because I think Mirror Defense actually ruins EDA.
Maybe they're learning.
Assassination, though, was kind of fun. I don't know where it went. It did require you get a good weapon, though, because abilities in melees really don't do shit against the boss. You have to kill Grenier Jesus. That would go. That would be peak. Just Warframe year 30. You have to spear him. One of the weapons you can get is the fucking Spear of Destiny. The community would break. Honestly, though, that would be peak. I do think that would be peak. Gas blast combo, two of what have been historically like the worst status of is in the game for a long time. The Lance, yeah, fucking hell, that would go hard. The new Roman-themed Warframe who kills Grenier Jesus.
Jesus.
Introducing Rock Prime. Hell yeah. Warframe prehistoric, we have to fight a fucking dinosaur. Maybe Tux would finally play Warframe. I must feed the Crucible. I must feed the Crucible. Isn't that just Styanax? Styanax is Greek themed. He's themed off of a Greek Spartan. He clearly has he clearly has some Roman influence, but he's technically like a hoplite is what they said his theme was. Dinosaur companions, when that would also be peak. Just ride around on a dinosaur. Welcome to Warframe 10,000 BC. Okay, all I'm saying is, guys, Warframe collab with the Dinosaur Train. We could look. All I'm saying, dude, Dinosaur Train is brilliant. It's a double whammy for autistic people.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Anyways, Dinosaur Necromech. Yeah, it's like Transformers Beast Wars type shit. That would go hard. Dude, Transformers Beast Wars was peak. I don't know if anyone else here has watched Beast Wars. Good series.
We've watched Beast Wars.
We need a caveman Warframe. Holy shit. New Warframe, Grug. Beast Wars was the best. Beast Wars was jank. I won't deny that, but it had charm in the jank. Grug with the Stug. Hell yeah. For his 4, he discovers fire. Hell yeah. Now we're cooking with wood. Kind of like the Ultramarine / Imperial Fist. I would honestly love, like, something I would love as a Warframe who plays around the gimmick of having a shield, kind of like Bone Widow. Like, I think it'd be really cool if we got a Warframe who, like, you know, had a shield that he could, like, shoot from behind his gun like a riot shield, or, like, wield it with his melee.
Fuck yeah, honestly.
Another thing I'd honestly love is, like, shields as a melee weapon category, but you could throw them like glaives. I think that would be badass. Basically, just the Sentinel shield from Destiny as a melee category. I think that would be super cool. Toa of Light is the next Warframe. Trust me, I believe you. That is Volt. Yeah, Volt is the closest we get to it. Like, for me, when it comes to that kind of stuff, like, the fantasy of being, like, a sword and shield, like, badass is most successfully fulfilled by Bone Widow, which kind of sucks, because she's a mech, so I can't use her that often. Is 1 Tox Rocket Enemy, 2 Exalted Stick, 3 Discover Fire, 4 Call an Exalted Dino. Where are you?
I'm up in the fucking rafters now.
Ninja's about to get left home alone. Mesa moment. Welcome to the video game. Do you like turtles? My grandma used to have one. If this is a D's Nuts joke, I'm banning you. Oh wow, sub for sub again. What the Sigma Noctantis? Real. Every single crinkle cut chip rotating around you. Yeah, welcome to having a Corvex on your team. Unfortunately, after all this time, they never made his visual effects not intrusive as fuck.
Yeah, that's why I never use high power strength, or I never really use his ability, honestly, because it's just like, I still don't like that. They go away when you aim now, but like, I still don't like them.
Is that why would you? Real? I gotta cast my shit again. I don't know how good of an idea Alchemy was for stream, because, actually, you only have a single thingy on your ability. Look at Nitro. He's surrounded by the ruffles.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you have,
I'm surrounded by SoundCloud logos.
If you have enough power strength, you can get like 30 of them, and it is actually the most obnoxious shit ever.
Yeah.
It is so hard to see. And what kind of sucks is that Corvex is, it's decent now to have at least 200% strength on him because of his containment wall augment. So, it armor strips. So having high enough strength to full strip with it is actually really valuable. It just means that you're now surrounded by rock.
Atlas.
One of every Warframe or one of every Pokemon? I feel like that depends. I don't know enough about Pokemon. I feel like my instinct would be one of every Warframe, but I'm pretty sure Arceus is literally God, and several Pokemon are functionally God. So,
yeah,
my Pokemon knowledge is lacking to make a definitive answer. Honestly, where is Rosie? We should debate this. Rosie, are you still in chat right now, or are you busy being gay? I might have to DM Rosie, be like, Rosie, get back in chat. I need your expertise. There's like hundreds of Pokemon. That's true, but you have to consider, Warframes are insane. Like, look at what my Mesa is doing. Do you know what it would be like if Mesa did this to, like, a field of Mareeps? Do you know how easy it would be if she saw a bunch of, like, Wigglytuffs and she just blasted them down with her regulators?
Hey, but that's just power.
I mean, functionally. Aren't Warframes immortal? I think it's, like, to an extent. Warframes themselves can be killed. Well, Warframes themselves can be killed, but the operator I don't think can be killed, because the lore around what happens to the operator in the new war implies that you can't kill an operator, but you can trap them in a time loop to make them not your problem anymore. Every Aleph abnormality. I don't know what you're referring to, honestly. I wonder what mods are going to be exclusive to it. I'm honestly curious to see what they add. Lobotomy Corporation? I don't know why you'd ask me that question, and because you know I don't play Lobotomy Corporation. Project Moon fans are demented. I could clock that much, considering Red and Gazette play those games. I'm forgetting to play the game mode again. My bad. Is the snail and the Pokemon is the immortality that will win one day? My thing is like,
God, I glitched out. I have a limited golden gun. It's like that one fucking export in Destiny 2.
like, aren't there Pokemon that like control time and space and things like that? Like, I'm pretty sure Arceus is God, Dialga and Palkia and Giratina are literally the creation trio. Like, I feel like they're kind of busted, but at the same time, Warframe does have some insane shit. Just Vaporeon, Vaporeon solos the whole Warframe cast. Bro, Acid Arbor actually got me fucked up. Honestly,
Like,
that's an
Bitcoin,
interesting...
yeah, I could take all of them.
Thanks for stopping by, Delphobe. That's an interesting point, actually. The Pokemon are gods, but they lose to a kid with a Pikachu. Maybe they are weaker than I'm giving them credit for. Nah, you know what?
Gods in that universe, I guess.
That's unironically a convincing argument. Warframe solos. Warframe would not struggle. If a kid with a fucking Rattata can fucking defeat God, I don't think God stands a chance against...
Who would win? Literal God. One game rat.
I feel like against the Mesa 12,000 RPM bullets that give you AIDS and melt you, I don't think Arceus is winning. 10 quintillion Drox versus one of every Warframe. 10 quintillion is a lot of fucking Drox, dude. I don't know about that one. Giratina could trap them in the underworld, Guzzlord can just eat them. I mean, that's true, but then again, you could still canonically beat all of those Pokemon with the rat. That's where the question comes in for me. Of like, if that's possible, then who's to say? Can you ask Nitro to meow? He normally just does that. I have a poison
Yeah,
one.
my
I don't
throat's
need
a bit
this.
fucked, but you know.
Sorry. Anyways, gods just humor your character to agree to play your game. Is that the canonical explanation? They just think it's funny? Like, you know what? Sure, why not? I don't know. I'm not the Pokemon expert. We need to get Rosie back in here, but I don't know what she's doing.
Once you get the fuck back in here, we need you to draw more fucking Pokemon.
Like, Rosie, you're the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh nerd. I need to consult your expertise. Actually, Sab would probably know, too. Does anyone know if Sabuchi's even awake right now? He probably isn't. One of every Warframe versus Tom and Jerry. I think Tom and Jerry solo, actually. Jerry himself might do it. He just, like, all I'm saying, imagine, is that, like, your Warframe sticks a Tigress Prime through his rat hole, and then it comes back up right into their face, and they blow their own head off. I think Tom and Jerry would win. Eat the Pokemon gods, even though they haven't discovered Overguard. That's true. You know, like a mouse hole in the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Can no difficulty or a lot of universes dead ass.
Like, fucking rat hole.
I am under heavy fire, but it is okay because I also am the heavy fire. The sillier the work of fiction is, the higher the power scaling of the characters. That reminds me of you guys know One Night at Flumpty's? I hate to talk about it in the capacity that I'm pretty sure Jonachrome was outed as a weirdo, which sucks because, like, he didn't deny it. Jonachrome straight up said that he did what he was accused of, and that he left the internet. Which sucks, because Jonachrome was a really inspiring story because he made that game pretty much by himself, and that's really impressive. The reason I bring it up has nothing to do with Jonachrome. The reason I bring it up is because the entire lore of Flumpty himself is that Flumpty is a fictional character who is immune to the plot. That's his power. So he's able to do basically whatever he wants because he can't be contained by the story. And I think that's honestly a really funny idea for a character.
85.
Real. Versus one of every Steven universe. That's a lot of whole universes. Like, every single Steven gets their own universe. Every person ever named Steven.
I want to point out that, you know, I casted my, my 3 a long fucking while ago. I had, like, I think, like 10. I'm only down to 8.
If you're getting kills with radiation, it has a chance to give you a charge back. So,
Oh.
also, is Mace survivability just getting you're killing before you're killed? Kind of. Staggering shield gives you a 95% DR to bullets. Wow. And her 2 stuns enemies that are near you. And then I also have on staggering shield and adaptation, which both help a lot. Okay, that sounds like a fetish. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Anyways, Nitro, no, bad. Bad. Mandanel barrel, baby. Let's fucking... You have to walk another 400 meters.
Yeah.
Honestly, props to your Corvex for keeping up with a Mesa.
Me? In terms of like kills or what?
If you look at your kills, yeah, I'm at 650 and you're at 450.
Honestly, like I said, I need more enemy density.
I was convinced that I was just stealing all your kills and I felt bad, so I looked. Ground arc melees win. Let's be real, no one would use them because they pretty much all suck.
That's for real. What do you say there?
Arc melee on the ground. Arc melees need to be buffed before that ever happens.
If they make them like not suck, hell yeah.
Autism Warframe when? So the dinosaur Warframe we were talking about earlier? Warframe versus Optimus Prime? I like to say Warframe like that's a character. Like Warframe himself.
Mr. Warframe, obviously, yeah.
Warframe himself versus Optimus Prime. Ground Nux. I think that's called Furax. Limbo is the current autism frame, as if he has autism. I do not care if you're getting overguard. I'm killing you.
No.
Oh god, an atomizer bombs. Those things are actually scary as shit. I was like, oh yeah, my 3 doesn't protect me against those. The automatons from Helldivers versus Frumentarius. I think Frumentarius wins. Because of Optimus's speech. Autism hot potato. Current autism frame implies that it can be passed. Yeah, it's like a seasonal thing. Every month, autistic people vote on who the current month's autism frame is.
I've gotten melee weapon increased damage like every single time so far.
I don't actually. Oh, okay, I keep getting secondary. I think.
I guess they just really want to stomp on or some shit, which you know.
Mom said it's my turn on the autism. Real and true. We'd rig the voting for sure. That could actually be a funny thing to do, like a monthly poll in Discord. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Monthly poll in Discord on Straw Poll for who the current autism frame of the month is. And every time a frame wins, they're removed from the poll. That could be funny. Oh god. My shatter shield expired. No, the fucking acid killed him. Damn it. Cringe. Oh, they all got their health back from getting corrupted. This is rough out here.
Yeah, where the fuck are you, Hope?
Are you reviving me or
that's
not?
violence. Oh shit.
Are you reviving me or not? Okay, we go.
I was trying to, but I guess it wouldn't let me pick it.
Why pet
Did you go on
Frumentarius
N4?
from Trinity? That would. Can non-autism people vote? I mean, there's no way to actually vet who does and doesn't have autism for the poll. Like, you think I'm gonna like request your medical records? Like, that's not gonna work. So
I mean, it would, but like no.
necessarily, yes, everyone would have to be allowed to vote. Though I think if you play Warframe, your odds of being autistic are decently high, so it shouldn't matter that much. That reminds me of one time, I think it was Idan said, why is it that everyone I know who plays Warframe has autism? It was something to that effect. I thought that was really fucking funny. At least 50-50, something like that. It's like element, like honestly, if you understand things like heat inherit or element weighting and things like that, I think you probably are autistic.
You gotta say 115.
Yeah, element 115. Like, dude, I'm the kind of person when I first got into this game, I'd look at the wiki and see all the formulas and be like, what the fuck? And nowadays I understand them. And I think that's a bad thing.
That's not normal, babe.
I think that is a bad thing, but that's besides the point. I'm not even bothering to use Mark of the Beast. I just don't need it. Why is everyone at the swimming pool wet? Deadass. Warframe is peak autism gaming. Like, Warframe is not my favorite game of all time, but I could honestly probably say it's second.
What is that your favorite game of all time then?
Metroid Prime Trilogy, which is kind of cheating, but I don't want to pick between Prime 1 and 2. Prime 3 is the worst in the trilogy. Fuck you, IGN. Firelink Shrine for Autistic People, real. I want a Warframe Minecraft mod, if only. There actually was a Blade and Sorcery mod that added a lot of Warframe weapons. I have a video on my channel where I play with it a bit. I don't know if it was ever updated, but it was honestly really fun. My favorite game ever. Like, what I love about Warframe is it's just such a beautiful combination of mechanics that oftentimes are just fucked up. Like, there's so much stuff in this game that you could just do funny shit because it was never meant to be in the same game. With a lot of Warframe weapons, the Calamity mod has a few. And there's actually a Warframe mod for Terraria that we played with when Nitro, Nick, and I did our playthrough.
The mods were actually quite,
Okay, yeah, they added Warframe mods as, like, items, and several of them were genuinely overpowered as shit.
The thing is, you had to give up, like, obviously, like, a Terraria item for it, so it's just like,
Which your DE themselves are autistic. Oh, I got a Tenora receiver.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, you know what? Here will be the lurker moment. If you've been lurking in chat, if you haven't been talking much, go ahead and let us know you're alive, but telling us your favorite game if you have one. If you don't, that's fine too, but you've been hanging out. Feel free to tell us your favorite game. I'm genuinely curious now. Go ahead and let us know. Baldur's Gate 3, Ultra Kill, that doesn't surprise me. Ultra Kill for me is up there too. It's a fucking banger. Dark Souls, Warframe, Shadow of the Colossus, that's a base take. Mirror's Edge is also very based. Terraria, Morrowind, that's interesting. Borderlands 2, Crazy Ball Run, that's peak. Hitman, Blood Money, Metro Exodus, Parasite Eve, Warframe, Superhot, Bravely Default / Second, Mass Effect 2, that's also a very based opinion. Lots of Warframes, lots of Dark Souls 3, Subnautica, Hello Kitty Adventures, Lobotomy Corporation, Kid Icarus Uprising, Dickin' Nuts the Game, Amaret, sorry,
Hell yeah.
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, that goes hard. Any Peggle gamers, Fluttershy reference. Warframe now, back in the day, Prototype 2. That's base, Prototype 2. Never played it, but it seems like a really cool game.
I think Rose is in chat now, question mark?
I don't think... I don't see her. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Where am I actually going? This way. Okay. I'm reading the chat. Time for a certified burqa moment. We all have to stop and make our, what's the daily prayer in Islam where you have to face Mecca? I'm not trying to sound culturally insensitive. I'm just trying to make time for the Islam. I think I'm just coming off as culturally insensitive. Never mind. Sucks they didn't make another one. Yeah, I think that's like a big deal for Prototype fans. It's like, where the fuck is Prototype 3? There are 5 prayers. I just don't know what they're called. I know that there are 5 throughout different times of the day, right? But look, I took world religions in high school, but it has been like 5 years.
Oh god, range and strength have been doubled. Oh no. I better not cast my 3 again.
Secondary weapon damage again, Lamau. Hated anything that Souls like not from soft. You know, I would imagine as much, but Minecraft would only with mod packs with 300 plus mods. Honestly, I'm surprised that you're the first Minecraft I saw. Like, for me, Minecraft is still in my top 10 games. It's just that I do feel like these days I need to play with mods for it to not be miserable for me. But Infamous 2 is a strong vote. Armored Core 4. Yeah, like, for me, Metroid is a series I hold near and dear to my heart. I wish Lena was up so that we could talk about it if she were in chat. Because I know Lena is also a based Metroid gamer, but I fucking love the Metroid series so much. But for me, like, I said Metroid Prime Trilogy is cheating. For those who don't know, Prime Trilogy actually contains 3 games.
Yeah,
Also,
trilogy.
what did you miss? We're talking about our favorite games in chat. But Metroid Prime Trilogy is Prime 1, 2, and 3. If I had to pick between the 3, my controversial take is my favorite is Prime 2. Like, anyone else here who's a Metroid fan, which is probably no one because they're surprisingly rare, like, for reference, I'm pretty sure Breath of the Wild outsold the entire Metroid franchise. It does not sell well, but, Prime 2 is just a phenomenal game on so many levels. People, like, it's the black sheep of the franchise for a lot of people. A lot of people consider it to be the worst Prime game, and I very much disagree. It has some things that are stupid. Morph Ball boss fights were a shit idea, but Metroid Prime 2 has so many just parts about it that I absolutely adore. Something I've considered doing, I guess I can kind of, I've mentioned this before, but I have thought about doing a non-Warframe video about Metroid Prime Trilogy. I don't know if anyone here would be interested in something like that, because generally Warframe viewers only want to watch Warframe content. That's just kind of how it is.
Yeah, the TF2, what's its problem?
But I absolutely adore Metroid and would love to make a video on it someday. Why did the epilepsy orb appear when you were rezzing Nitro? I'm not sure. We are getting to the point in Alchemy where it's going to start getting pretty hectic, because we have the extra Alchemy
this orb?
Oh yeah, Nitro's shooting me with Cyanix, I think that is?
Like the golden gun.
Oh no, it's Latum. You need to play Rollless Bolus. I also have to play Juice Galaxy, don't I? I said I was going to play that too, and Garn 47. Most justifiable, lose all your power-ups. Genuinely though, Prime 1's reason for losing all your power-ups is super fucking stupid. Prime 2's makes sense, and I love the progression of you have to steal them back from the Ing. Like, okay, that's it. This is the part where I do the nerd thing about Prime 2.
Yeah.
So, Prime 1 has a few problems no one ever talks about. One of the big ones for me is after Thardis, the boss fights literally stop until the end of the game. After Thardis, there are no bosses until Omega Pirate, who is the last major progression item. Prime 2 paces its bosses throughout the entire experience. And on top of that, in the beginning of Prime 2, you lose a bunch of your upgrades because the Ing take them from you, and then you have to fight Ing Guardians who can use your powers against you to get your powers back. I don't know about anyone else, that is a peak trope. Oh my god, babe.
What?
Jade Light Void Rig. Fucking run!
Right.
Fucking run!
Fire!
Was an enjoyable slog. Like, yeah, Quadraxis's boss fight wasn't like that good as a boss mechanically.
Oh my god, he's corn mode! He's corn mode!
He wasn't great as a boss mechanically, but goddamn, he was fun.
I got him!
Destiny 2 likely to die in the coming future. I don't play Destiny a ton. My guess would probably be not, because people who are fans of Destiny will never let it die, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a noticeable change in the quality of the content. But like, I think a big part of the criticism for Prime 2 comes from people that never actually finished it. Prime 2 is often criticized for having, like, lackluster environments, and that's true for Temple Grounds, but I think the rest of the game is cool. Like, you cannot tell me that Sanctuary Fortress is not a cool as fuck and unique location. I will say, though, I do have to give that to Prime 1. Prime 1 does have the better map, but I think Prime 2's is still great in its own right. I don't know, I fucking love Prime 2. They paced the game way better than Prime 1 was paced, by, like, making bosses more of a frequent thing. Like, when you get the Super Missile in Prime 1, I was actually confused that I had picked it up, because it was just sitting in the middle of a room I had to walk through. Like, getting upgrades like that kind of sucks, and some upgrades in Prime 1 were very out of nowhere, because they weren't really paced well. Prime 2 paces them really well. Another thing I love about Prime 2, I know this is gibberish to everyone who doesn't, you know, play Metroid, but in Metroid Prime, you have 3 different weapons called beams, and the beams have special things you can unlock called beam combos, where you can charge the beam and then shoot a missile, and that missile will have a unique property. In Prime 1, all of the beam combos other than the Super Missile and the Ice Missile kind of sucked. The Wave Buster and the Flamethrower weren't very good. Prime 2, on the other hand, the beam combos in it were fucking awesome.
Hell yeah.
Like, so for reference, One of them in Prime 2, the light beams, was called the Sunbuster. Sunbuster shoots a giant, slow-moving orb that causes a nuclear explosion when it hits the surface.
Also, Dave, look at my head.
Oh god.
It's not bad.
My favorite one for the beam combos, though, is easily the Annihilator missile. So the Annihilator is a beam that has a beam combo called Sonic Boom, which teleports a missile to the enemy, and it explodes so much that it has a visual effect like it cracked your screen. It's so awesome. Prime 2 is so fucking good. After Warframe and V2 felt like slop, kept saying, oh, why this thing? Warframe managed to hide that shit. I think, as someone who has played both games, I've played a lot more Warframe than Destiny, but I do have around 1,000+ hours in Destiny all told. I like Destiny for what it is, but I think it has problems that drive people away a lot more than Warframe, but it also has advantages over Warframe. Like, it's much easier to jump in and out of because of strikes and stuff like that. Like, there's gives and takes with each. I prefer Warframe to Destiny. I do not think Warframe, or that Destiny is a bad game. I do think it is monetized like shit.
Oh, yeah.
But, can I please proc? There we go. Can I please proc Mark of the Beast?
Is that a proc?
Shadow of Violence. Get that bullshit out of here. Do not speak to me. Where's the, yeah, got him. Also, yes, I did have a good vacation. Thank you for asking. The TFD grind is soul crushing. It's also funny because, like, you mentioned the First Ascendant grind. First of all, Kazette, I'm glad that you're willing to admit that, because I've had a lot of First Ascendant people in the comments of my new player video cope super fucking hard about that particular element. But Destiny players cope about their grind a lot too. I would unironically argue Destiny is a grindier game than Warframe. The grind is just easier on people because it's easier to jump in and out of. But could be way worse, but it still sucks. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Devs taking out content that people paid for. That doesn't happen as much anymore, but it still does. Not to the extent of when Sunsetting first happened. When Sunsetting first happened, it removed $35 of DLC and the entire base game campaign, which was $60. And then they later sunset Forsaken, other than the Dreaming City, which was a $40 expansion. Destiny...
Only 35% of the game is left, and it's just like, wow.
Destiny also sunsets its seasonal content, so that, you know, $30, $40 season pass you paid for, yeah, after the end of the year, all of that content is gone. Yep. And, like, they'll bring some of it back, like exotic missions will end up in the rotator and stuff, but like the vast majority of it goes missing forever. And that sucks ass.
Yeah.
Everyone I know thought the moon was fucked. Yeah. I'm still so mad they removed Forsaken. Still, in my opinion, the best Destiny DLC of all time. Biggest issue is there isn't a way for me to show my power level. I think with Warframe, a lot of that just comes from knowing how the game works. It's not easy. Like, if you mean show it off to other players, a lot of people would tie that to mastery rank. I will say this. There is kind of a discussion in the Warframe community at large, and that is, how much does mastery rank actually matter? And something you hear very often is that mastery rank doesn't matter. I think to an extent that's true. After, I want to say, MR16, there are no items that are locked behind mastery rank anymore. But I do think mastery rank matters in the realm of, if someone has a higher mastery rank, they've used more things, which means they should have a better idea of how things are relative to each other. This is purely theoretical. I've seen some people that are LR4 that do not know shit. But like, if a player told me don't use Croaker, it's bad, and they were MR13, and a player that was Legendary 2 said actually Croaker's pretty good, I'm probably gonna listen to the LR2 guy because he's used more stuff and probably knows relative to other items how it would perform.
Oh,
That's
Jesus
kind of
Christ,
my opinion on that.
Eximus Void Ring.
There are actually, I had to kill a couple Jade Whites there. The mission unique Eximus enemies don't count towards the Eximus cap, so I think most things Warframe could use an upgrade to pity systems. I think pity systems were a great addition and that there should be more of them. Because a lot of modern grinds aren't that bad because
Hey,
of
I got a
consist-
weapon called Pugil, which is just my fucking fists.
that's what it's called when you melee.
My gun is gone.
You're normally not supposed to be able to equip it.
Yeah, my gun, it's gone.
It's a decent indicator of experience, but it's only a guideline. Yeah, only benefit for standing. I think that there's also the benefit of
That machine broke.
MR30 gives you a lot of stuff. It gives you a lot of ribbon slots, loadout slots, the ability to bless, chat emotes, I guess.
Yeah, I'm down. I couldn't fucking. Yep.
But I think there's a lot of valuable reasons to hit at least 30. Clues about plenty. Trust me when I say that, like, doing YouTube is what forced me to learn a lot of stuff about this game. I played this game for years, and then learning, like, stuff for YouTube was what really helped me become a good player. I say good with air quotes. I'm realistically still not that good compared to someone like Dystopia or something. Oh, you sneaky bitch. I don't know if you guys saw that. I got pounced on by a Toxin Eximus, which one-shotted me, because it goes through shields. You sneaky fucker.
Yeah. I got mag bubbled, that's why.
Okay, so get Malice off the board. That's my first priority. Are you still down?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you are. I didn't enter void mode for a second there. Talk Eximus skill check, smile real. I call doing the first ascendant if you want to. So I'm kind of torn. The obvious and mundane stuff didn't perform very well, which sucks because it was a lot of fun to make. But I guess I'll gauge opinions on this. For anyone who's seen the April Fool's video, I have two ideas. Either one, do the same idea where it's like a bunch of my friends submit stuff for random games that they pick, and we do it like that. Something I also really want to do is do a weird and obscure stuff about a real life location. And like go visit some random place in Iowa and just talk about it for like 15 minutes. I think that would be
covered bridge from Hunt Showdown.
I think that would be fucking hilarious. Replace it with BG3-esque gameplay. That's Rebecca's end goal. Gonna get blade guns? Hell yeah. Honestly, guns with functional bayonets would be peak.
God,
Like an alt-fire
that.
that lets you melee? Please. Break into the state capitol? That would go hard. Iowa lore? Hell yeah. Dude, there's genuinely like nothing to do in Iowa. When I was visiting Nitro, his mom was telling me about things in Iowa I didn't know existed, as someone who lives here. There's one particular landmark in my city I cannot mention because I would kind of dox myself, but I didn't even know it existed. I've lived here for 4 years. I had no idea that landmark was even here. It's that meaningless.
Yeah.
Well, the gun is still in the enemy. That would go hard. If I visit Iowa, I'm coming directly to you. I'll give you my address, Evelyn. Deadass. I'll have you make me Greppermint G live in person.
What?
Or maybe even some drunk as fuck dose.
What was the fucking Ghost again? What did that involve?
I'd have to find the image. Have you ever visited Maine? I've never been. Most of my life I've spent in the Midwest. Visiting Nitro was the farthest I've ever been from the Midwest. Most of my life I wouldn't go farther than growing up, I visited Kansas, Missouri. I got another one. This is a natural 2% chance. This wasn't a radiant. Anyways, I visited Iowa. I lived in Iowa, Nebraska, and Missouri. I visited Kansas, Illinois, and Minnesota. Make sure to bring them a chizza, dear God. Okay, yeah, the one that I got from this isn't usable yet. That's fine. I'm gonna say this particular relic T4 is quite profitable. In your opinion, is Texas considered Midwest? No, it's a southern state.
Bro, what the fuck do you mean Midwest?
Midwest is a weirdly difficult thing to define, but I wouldn't consider Texas to be Midwest.
Unless you consider both of the Americas, then no, it's fucking south as fuck.
I got a cat. Welcome, Bayrot. Congratulations on your cat. Heading out to West Virginia next month for Mothman, which makes me ask Warframe when. Actually, Titania's Deluxe is basically a moth character. That's the
theme. In and
theme.
of itself, the Ball helmet is just like a moth helmet, so she's the Warframe.
Titania Empress looks great. Midwest is like Arizona. I don't think most people would consider Arizona in the Midwest either. I think, yeah, Southwest is probably what people would call it. Hold on. There is this, like, Business Insider article about regions of America. Let me find it. Hold Hold on. Pro tip, everyone. Enter void mode and throw down an energy pad, and you have like a minute of just being invincible. Okay. Regions of the United States. Let's look. United States list of regions. Okay, we have the Northeast, New England, which is Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Vermont. And then the Middle Atlantic, which is New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. Region 2 is the Midwest. The Midwest contains Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, and Wisconsin. In the east, north central, and the west north central is Iowa, Kansas, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, and North and South Dakota. The South contains the South Atlantic, which is Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, DC, and West Virginia. And then Division 6 is the East South Central, Alabama, Kentucky, Mississippi, and Tennessee. And then 7 is West South Central, which is Arkansas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Texas. The last region is the West, which contains Mountain, which is Arizona, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming. And the Pacific, which is Alaska, California, Hawaii, Oregon, and Washington. There is the direct reading of the boring-ass Wikipedia article.
Holy
I
shit,
immediately
that's what I live
fucking
for.
died when I walked into there because there was an atomizer bomb that I didn't notice.
Yes, I had to
Whoops.
clear an entire fucking room. It was like full to the brim. That is
How
why you play
complex
fucking
Europe is.
Warframe.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Blueprint. A lot of people in America don't give a shit about, like, or find Europe to be annoying because of two things. One, in the United States, each state still has a lot of cultural commonalities, while in Europe they don't. But even beyond that, different states affect the lives of a U.S. citizen much more often than different countries in Europe do. I will say this, though. After visiting Texas, when you get far away enough from home, damn, it does feel like another fucking country out there sometimes. Shit, like, I didn't expect to get culture shock in my own country about certain things, but I did. I will say this, though. I wish Buc-ee's was a thing here. Buc-ee's is like another dimension. I wish that it was a thing here. Texas is basically another country. I feel like that's not fair to say, because I feel like a lot of other countries would still have things like, you know, their own language. Okay, there's Spanish. That's not the point. Like, they're also part of the same country, but different regions of the U.S. are still vastly different in a lot of ways. At one point it was, though. I mean, technically every part of the U.S. at one point was not part of the U.S. I don't feel like that counts. Have you seen Deadpool and Wolverine? No, I don't really watch many movies. Still don't know whether or not I'm in Europe or Asia. I mean, you know, fair enough. As a Texan, I haven't gone to Buc-ee's. You know, as a non-Texan, I recommend it. Buc-ee's was fun. Even though the Republic of Texas was a thing. I mean, I'm aware, but, like, even so, I don't think it's any less United States if it, you know, was its own thing at any point. Buc-ee's is like its own experience, which is funny because Nitro's mom kept trying to get me to buy Buc-ee's merch.
I swear to God, she is the demographic for the merch section. I swear to God.
Which was honestly hilarious. Where it's just like, you know, like you think we should get like a Buc-ee's travel pillow, and it's like, no. Territory like Crucible D2, real.
Yes, we are in the Crucible.
My sister bought a Buc-ee's onesie. Dude, seeing the beaver on everything felt like I was in like a FNAF game. It was like, it's all Mr. Fazbear. Everyone is, it's all Freddy. Oh my god, Jade Light hand. Like, I felt like it was fucking like Fazbear Entertainment. We actually are gonna be here for an hour at this rate, goddamn. I feel like I was walking into fucking Fazbear Entertainment, dude. All I'm saying, though, the reason that I care about Buc-ee's is one particular thing. Well, two. They have the wall of beef jerky flavors, and they have the row of icy machines.
Yeah.
Those two things alone are why Buc-ee's is peak. Another thing I wish was a thing...
in our fucking city, because the closest one I think is like, I think like half an hour, maybe an hour away, but if it's in yours, but like, man, that fucking pulled pork is actually surprisingly good.
Another thing that I wish was in Iowa that's not a thing here, Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box is peak fast food.
Which is fucking weird because we said there are like fucking 20 out in the middle of fucking God knows nowhere on the way through there.
Yeah, and then like here in Iowa, no Jack in the Boxes. There are like 5 Sonic restaurants in the entire state too. They're surprisingly rare. It's weird. Somebody made a Bucky's FNAF game, probably because they get copyright claimed. Bucky's whole brand is the damn beaver. If someone is using it for nefarious purposes, dude, I'd be surprised if there's porn of Bucky. They'll probably copyright strike that shit down. Nitro, do not look. I know you're going to. If I see you stop moving, I'll know what you're doing. Because no one would dare slander Bucky's. That's true. Jack in the Box is in fact peak. I wish that they were a thing here. Like, whenever I was down, I tried a lot of restaurants. But Jack in the Box is one I hold is like a damn. This is really good. I wish I could get this here. There's a Sonic everywhere. Yeah, in Iowa, they're not that common. 17 posts on E6. God damn it, Evelyn.
Hell yeah, thanks, Evelyn.
I don't know. I wish that was a thing here. I am getting very good luck on these completely unradiant relics. And I think about this too as a nice side effect, is the resource booster bonuses that we're getting will give us more and more steel essence. What makes Jack in the Box peak? Their mini tacos go off. Their chicken sandwich is really good. Where the hell even is Iowa on a map? Okay, I have to ask, just for my own elucidation, Hakumen, are you from the United States? I'm just curious, because if you're an American that doesn't know where Iowa is, that's fucking hilarious to me, because it shows just how much we don't matter. I'm from the US. That makes this funnier. As an Italian, aside from Olive Garden, what fast food chain should I try? I mean, Jack in the Box goes hard. Fast food chains I like. I don't know what's not in Italy, I guess is a thing that I'm not sure of. Like, what's only a thing here, but... Just came from Texas. I'm in Louisiana right now. I'll have to pull up a map of the U.S. Whataburger. I actually have deliberately avoided going to Whataburger because my mom keeps pestering me about it. Chick-fil-A and Popeyes are both good, but dependent on location. Mostly Popeyes. Chick-fil-A is normally good.
Chick-fil-A is always good. Popeyes, you either have to go to like the worst crack, fucking like either like the worst part of town, or you get the worst people.
Like,
holy shit.
Popeyes is genuinely, like, sometimes they're pretty good, and other times, gang activity. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, Culver's...
I wish our fucking thing was around my gang, man, but at least they would do that fucking job.
Culver's is a good pick, Garrett. Culver's is also peak. Culver's is good. Raising Cane's, if Raising Cane's is not a thing in Italy, Raising Cane's is peak.
And Lane's the right next to each other.
I believe In-N-Out is quite regional as well, yeah. It's not just Iowa, we don't know where anything is. Don't take it personally. Look, as an American, I can identify most states until you get to the square ones, like Colorado. It's a fucking square, dude. I don't know what that is. I can't remember that shape and, like, be like, oh, yeah, that's, it's like, it's a square. That's not fair. It's like, well, like, Colorado, I think Nevada's like that, too, isn't it? Like, that's not fair. It's a fucking square shape. That's cheating.
Where's that second? Yeah, it goes with the squares.
I didn't even know Colorado was a state. I don't blame you. That reminds me, there was a great story I read of a guy who was in the UAE, I think it was. And he got pulled over for a speeding ticket. And because he was, traveling from the US, they wanted his US ID. So he gave them his Tesco membership card. And he convinced the cop that Tesco was a US state. And the guy's ticket was actually billed to the state of Tesco. And the guy has it framed on his wall because the ticket's not valid because Tesco's not a real state. Perfect for autistic people because it's got only one thing and that's chicken fingers? True. Well, this is when it shows. I feel like the people that know the most about geography genuinely are like Hoi 4 players and shit. A feast for rentals before leaving? Damn. The Bone Widow watching as I fucking blitz her down at 5,000 rounds per second. Oh my god, I went the wrong way. I'm being an idiot because I'm reading chat.
I was following you.
Went to the Chicken Festival hosted by KFC and saw 3 people cosplay Sanders himself. That seems fun. KFC is another great chain depending on location. Good KFCs are really good. Bad KFCs will poison you. Oh, another chain that you should try, but it's kind of rare. Long John Silver's.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Long John Silver's has acquired Amazon. I
God,
love that.
wish.
That fake news article fucking sends me. Are the only square Stevie. I think, like, isn't Nevada kind of a square? Maybe I'm misremembering.
Nevada.
Do people still eat at White Castle? Not as often anymore. Like, I haven't been to a White Castle or anything like that in a
I
very
haven't
long
seen a
time.
White Castle ever.
So, okay, you know what? Chat, we're pivoting. Okay, I have to ask, to all of my viewers, was anyone here born before the year 2004? So 2003 or younger. Who here is 2004, 2003 or younger? Because I've been going on a somewhat unintentional bender of pre-2005 nostalgia. I was born in 2002. So, like, I have a lot of nostalgia for certain 2000 things. And one of the ones that hit me like a fucking truck when I read about it, because I forgot this existed. Dude, I miss 24-hour Walmarts. Like, they're still a thing in some places, I'm pretty sure.
I think we have one, but like,
24-hour Walmarts are not a thing here anymore. And dude, I fucking miss 24-hour Walmarts. You know what I also miss? When Pizza Hut was actually good.
Yeah. One year's still good, but like, yeah, I know it was a different kind of good.
Another thing I also miss from the 2000s was when restaurants actually had soul. Like, McDonald's and Taco Bell, their classic 2000s style, just, I love that shit. The entire aesthetic of, like, 2000s restaurants is peak. Also, I disagree. Pizza Hut was good, and then they changed their crust and their sauce, and it went to hell. It was not like...
uses the old sauce. I think they may have changed their crust.
Like, don't get me wrong, it was never, like, the best pizza establishment. For me, that was always Papa John's. It will always be the winner.
Yeah.
I'd have killed a man if it were still 24 hours. I mean, fair enough. I'll have to try the 150 Costco hot dog. Also, another aesthetic I miss, dude, Best Buy. Best Buy was also... Or not Best Buy, Blockbuster. Best Buy is kind of too, but...
I was about to say, Best Buy's still around, baby.
Blockbuster was an aesthetic. Family Video
yeah.
also closed recently, too, but Blockbuster was an aesthetic. Best Buy is still an aesthetic. Fry's Electronics, I heard of them, but I never went to them. Radio Shack is another one I actually do remember.
Hell yeah, baby.
Until I think fucking Ty Lopez, of all people, owns Radio Shack now.
Oh
I
shit,
have to fact check that.
Oh shit.
Can no one look that up? Who currently owns the Radio Shack brand? I thought it was Ty Lopez shitposting on their Twitter, but I might be misremembering.
Hey, we got a problem.
Hold the fuck still. We're good. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, light bulb widow coming down, coming down.
On crack are insane. I think MR 30 in 5 seconds. Yeah, if only. That's more of a noob show tech kind of question. You have to get back to him. He'll get back to you in 2035. Offer you a free mini pizza for being a bookworm. Honestly, that's another very nostalgic one now that you mentioned that. Or like the McDonald's vouchers that were good for like one free item. I miss those.
Those are still a thing, but like, yeah.
I feel like they're not to the same extent. They were like they're like a cultural icon back then. Ty Lopez doesn't own it anymore? Damn it. I could have sworn that he at least got their Twitter account and was shitposting on it to piss off old people. Yeah, that's my, like, there is a map for CSGO that is just a McDonald's, and it is a 2000 style McDonald's. It's ported into Pavlov too.
God, I love that one.
The classic aesthetic from that map just is such a nostalgia gut punch of just like, God, I miss when this was a thing. I'm sorry, Evelyn DM'd me and it's fucked up my entire setup. Okay.
Yeah.
What the hell are these chat summaries? I can't actually see them.
Oh yeah, what are all the summaries going on right now?
I miss Quiznos. I think that's still a thing in some areas. It never was where I live.
It's never gone. It's not gone, but it's scaled back definitely. They've scaled back a lot.
Realized after I went through 3 managers in less than a month. Yeah, fair enough. What do you even buy there? Take a guess what you buy at Radio Shack, Phoenix. I'll give you one guess.
Smart
Chuck
as
E.
fucking
Cheese giving you
curry,
stuff for
everyone.
good grades. I actually do remember that, but I never went to Chuck E. Cheese that much as a kid. They're
We
still
still
a
have one of
thing,
those
but
here,
damn,
actually,
they're
yeah.
struggling. There's a Chuck E.
Actually,
Cheese
one
here
of those
too.
fucking machines that I would actually fucking play nowadays.
Do you not remember, dear, when I joked that I should take you on a date to the Chuck E. Cheese when we drove by it?
I do not.
I miss Typhoid. Hell yeah. Place was so good. Grim. That's a Jade Light something. Oh, it was being corrupted. That's why I couldn't target it. It's funny because I don't even care about the mechs being spawned because I'm able to kill them so easily. You took your boyfriend on a date to Chuck E. Cheese. I joked about doing it. I did not actually do it. I took him on a date to a real Midwest classic. Pizza Ranch, baby. Fucking love
And I
Pizza
took it to
Ranch.
Cece's, which is kind of like a pizza ranch with a smaller arcade.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I like Pizza Ranch more.
And,
No,
you know, fair.
I won't knock CC's.
I mean, you
What
just
the
did, but
fuck
like,
is
you know.
Pizza Ranch? Well, I won't knock it as in, like, it's not like a bad restaurant. I just have a preference.
I mean, to be fair, like there was an actual analog for Pizza Ranch, which is like Daddy Town or whatever, Daddy's whatever, like that Mom was telling you about. But
Yeah.
I think that closed down a while ago. Now I think the building is like a fucking.
It'd be funny if I invaded your Discord call. I mean, we're in a private call, Blueprint, so if you did that, that would be very impressive and frightening, actually. But it sucked ass. I think CC's is just okay from when I went there. Pizza Ranch is funny because their pizza's not that good, but their chicken is fucking great. That's what they're actually known for. Worked at Pizza Ranch years ago. Yeah, Pizza Ranch is I don't know, a decent family establishment. Dude, it was so funny. So, when Nitro and I were at Pizza Ranch, because obviously Nitro's my boyfriend, and like here in Iowa, like, how do I put this? Gay rights aren't in a precarious position. Most of the US they're not like that bad. But there is still plenty of, like, Southern Iowans especially are basically honorary Southern people. And I was in this restaurant, right? And almost everyone else in Pizza Ranch was pretty old. They were like minimum 60 years old. There was like a few kids in there because it is a family restaurant, but it was mostly old people. And all I could think to myself was, if I kissed Nitro, how much of the restaurant would I kill? Because I feel like if I did, enough old people would just die of a heart attack.
If I was black, however, that would.
Okay, let's be real. If it was an interracial gay relationship, we'd just be kicked out at that point.
You know, based.
I always aim to be impressive and frightening. Probably all would have, but would have been hilarious. I don't know. This is one of those just like random thoughts that occurred to me. Like, what would happen if I did this? Like, genuinely. We will yet find a way. I've accidentally trapped Angst into the loading screen. She's working on a way as... Okay, no, she's gone. Which way, woke man, white man, or black woman? The older you get, the more homophobic and racist they get, unfortunately. Like, that's something that I hate to say this. Like, when I was with Nitro, there were times, like, in public where he'd, like, hold my hand or something, and I'd honestly get kind of anxious. Because, like, you just don't know. And I hate that feeling.
You just don't hold another man's hand. That's gays.
Look, like, we were sitting on a bench, and you were, like cuddling up next to me, holding my hand. All I'm saying is that's some gay shit. And I was admittedly a little bit nervous, because it was just like, you never know if some old guy's gonna be like, F-slur.
I mean, like, I call you that, you call me that all the time.
I think that's different. For me, it's like, you know, it's like your pet name, so to speak, right? For an old person, it's because they hope that I lose my rights.
I mean, well...
Nitro,
you good, right?
I was saying, Nitro, you're a bottom. You also want to lose your rights. But that's besides the point. So it talks about Southerners, we deserve it. If someone calls you that, you're allowed to kill them. There is a comedian. I don't watch them, but I have a thing of them come up. They're like a gay comedian talking about how people would drive by F-slur them, where they would shout it out the window of their cars driving past. And that sounds hilarious. Like, if that happened to me, I wouldn't be upset. I think it's really funny.
I just imagine them saying it like that one fucking, you know, what the fuck is it from, like, the anti-bullying thing, where the guy, that obviously, like, fucking, like, 90s bully just yells it in, like, the fucking most, like, some sort of, like, fucking football.
Like, I think that's fair, Jason. I don't really know. That's, for me, it's just like a... Look, let me put it this way. I have pretty severe anxiety, and other people with anxiety will openly tell you that when you're an anxious person, you are constantly thinking of every single way every aspect of your life could go wrong.
Yeah.
So even if the fear is not necessarily rational, it certainly feels like it is. Not a drive-by slur. Dude, drive-by slur is like peak hate crime. Untraceable. Imagine, like, get that plate, take a picture of that guy's car, he drive-by slurred us. I can only enough milkshakes to retaliate against the first two cars. True. Okay, suggestion, bring a carton of eggs. You can hold way more eggs than milkshakes. I'm also extremely insincere, so nobody knows. You know, I empathize. I empathize with that, Evelyn.
Holy shit, Ash's pasture killed babe.
Huh?
Thrills.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the very occasional fucking clumps of enemies just making me like surge up.
I'm also the one who's trying to play the game mode.
You know, yeah.
I was
doing that for the first couple of
the
months,
Necromite caught my heat amp for. This little bastard, dude. How half American doesn't believe the South A started the Civil War and B started to rule over slaves. I'm assuming that's what you meant. There's a little bit of a typo there.
I swear to God, that everyone says like, no, that's what do they fight for? It's like, you know, property rights. That's not even the North started that for the fucking slavery. They had to add it in because Lincoln needed to be reelected.
There's a lot of interesting politics about the Civil War, but a big part of it too, as far as I'm aware, is that cities and stuff in the North were outpacing farms in the South, and they couldn't afford farming machines, so they wanted to keep the slaves because they were inexpensive labor and they couldn't afford the machinery that was in the North. Like, yeah, they wanted to keep their slaves. That's not really up for dispute necessarily, but it isn't as nuanced as just like, I feel like a lot of that holds the sort of implication of like, yeah, the South wanted to keep slaves because they're racist and hate black people. And it's like, it's more of just the fact that like they wanted to keep the labor. They were also racist, let's be real here. But that's like, that was the whole reason.
Problem.
Look, all I'm saying is I live in Iowa. Southern Iowa may as well be Confederate territory. That's what happened. I'm not saying that that's not what happened. They did fight to keep people enslaved. Technically, my ancestors did not do that. They were on the Union side, but I'm not denying that that's not what they did. That is what they did. It's just not that simple.
Halfway through the war, it's like, you know what? Oh, hey, we need more. We need more troops. I know what we can do to get.
Ultimately, though, it doesn't really matter. This is a Warframe stream. And I feel like people will still get very political about a war that happened 200 years ago, so it's not really worth discussing. 100 years ago was World War I.
Right.
Civil Warframe. Joe Biden was born 2 months after the last confirmed slaves were freed. 100 years ago was around World War I. Let me put it that way. It was just after World War I. World War I was over 100 years ago, which honestly strengthens my point.
Yeah.
Civil War was in, what, the mid-1800s? I think that's right.
Like 1890s, actually?
Joe Biden was born 2 months after the last confirmed slaves were freed. I would believe that. I would actually believe that. Anne Frank and MLK were born in the same year. That's what bothers me. Like, does anyone else think it's weird that Einstein didn't die in, like, 1910? That he had to, like, flee Germany and stuff? Like, I just feel like he's way... Like, I want to think he's way older than he actually is. That Southerners want to pretend it wasn't about slavery at all. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that. Like I said, I'm not a Southerner, so I wouldn't know about that legacy on, like, my heritage. That's not a thing I've ever dealt with, because I'm from the Midwest. My ancestors would have fought on the Union side. Or did. My grandma did a thing about that for Christmas one year, where she, like...
One sad thing is that in a lot of places, especially like New York, the slaves got paid, if they got paid more in the South than in the fucking North if they could find work, and that's really fucking sad.
Michael Jackson was still around when Twitter was a thing. That's really tragic. Einstein died in 1955. States' right to what? Like I said, we're not discussing this any further.
But we ain't gonna discuss that here.
It's like, I was trying to bring up a point of it not being that straightforward, and I'm going to start an actual unironic political argument about a war that happened hundreds of years ago that nobody who was directly affected by its consequences is alive for. Also, yes, Iowa was a state at the time of the Civil War, and it fought on the Union side. Which is interesting, because I'm actually reasonably certain that Missouri was not on any side at first, and the Confederates tried to invade it. And Iowa had to, like, try and help keep that from happening. Mostly because they didn't want, you know, their state getting invaded next. And they had to learn about the stolen generation.
Oh my god, it was a fucking border conflict.
I actually did a project about a particular battle that was to keep Confederates in Missouri out of Iowa. And you want to know how the Iowans won? I shit you not, hiding in the cornfields. That's actually how it happened. Which I think is the most poetic shit I've ever heard in my life. All I'm gonna say, somebody's gotta use that home turf advantage. Goated strat. Yeah, it's like I'm playing Hunt Showdown. I am a creature of the corn. Been working since 1850. Is Evelyn Australian? Yes, Evelyn is Australian. All of my knowledge of Australian politics comes from Evelyn. Cornfields have anomalous properties.
Sector clear. Holy shit, we actually sector clear. What the fuck?
What are we at? 63 steel essence. That's squoted.
Where?
If I hit tab, I can see I have 63 steel essence.
Oh yeah, damn.
Well, that's historically accurate to depict a T-Rex fighting a Stegosaurus and a T-Rex playing Warframe. But the fact that that's actually true kind of horrifies me. You can't say you to that, you're Turkish. Honestly true. Australia versus Turkey, who winning the mid-off? No one.
Winning them off.
Century and a half, and the Confederate lasted 4 years. It shouldn't be part of any historical legacy. Okay, like, it's 150 years ago-ish. That's still over 100 years ago. Like I said, no one who was actually in the conflict is still alive today, and I don't know why people are still talking about this.
Alive.
Oh yeah, he was born during the Civil War, that is correct. But otherwise, the point I'm trying to make is I don't know why we're still talking about this. It's not relevant. Closer to the creation of the iPhone than of the pyramids. The pyramids are way older than you would actually, like, intuitively think. It bothers me. Does Warframe have a musket? Kind of with the Kuba Chakura, but it isn't really identical to, like, a normal musket. It's just kind of got the vibe going for it. This positioning sucks of these AM4s. We have to run, like, half a kilometer every time.
The Crucible. He makes it that way every time. So
the real-life origin of the phrase Lotus. Yeah, that comes from a part of the Odyssey, doesn't it? Where, like, Odysseus's men eat the lotus flowers and don't ever want to leave the island and he has to leave them behind. I think that's where it comes
Lotus
from.
Eaters, let's go.
I think that's what I remember from when I learned about the Odyssey in high school, at least. Mammoths were still around when the pyramids were built? Yeah, there was a certain chunk of mammoths that were on an island outside of Russia. They walked there when there was still a land bridge, and then that land bridge went away after the Ice Age, so humans couldn't reach them. You guys want to know when they went extinct? As soon as humans made it to that island. Mammoths built the pyramids? True.
Soviets unironically killed the mammoths once again.
Well, this was before they were the Soviets, but they were. I think they were still more like the Slavic people. Say you were too far for me to revive you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Now they're dealing with practical answers. I don't feel like I would call that a slur so much as an insult. I feel like a slur has to target a specific group of people. Technically a relative of olives? Yeah, fair enough. A Tyrannosaurus Rex developed Warframe. Pog? Aren't the pyramids at least 1,600 years old? I think they're older than that, but I may be misremembering. Sharks existed before trees? That is actually true. Another thing that's interesting is crocodiles or dinosaurs? Like, technically the phrase that no living dinosaurs exist is not actually accurate because of sharks and crocodiles.
And I think birds and chickens, right?
Chickens are a descendant of dinosaurs. Birds in general are a descendant of dinosaurs, as far as we're aware. I existed before Jesus? Holy shit. Anything can be a slur if you try hard enough. That's true.
Yeah, that's the thing. Anything can be a slur, anything can't be a slur. Depends on, the context you want to use it in.
I think they're referred to as a living fossil. Functionally, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what we call the president.
I am wanted by the SCP Foundation. I believe that, Blue. You probably sold too many anomalous microwaves. Or sorry, Blue doesn't sell microwaves. I'm sorry, they sell microwave instruction manuals. I like to think that Blue just sells microwave instruction manuals for microwaves that don't exist, and that's what makes them anomalous. They're perfectly normal microwaves that could exist, they just don't.
Wow. Oh, that's nice.
Speaking of dinosaurs, dude, I miss Animalocaris. They should re-release it. They should take Animalocaris out of the Destiny content vault.
Really, unironically, they need to unsunset Animal fucking Karis.
You weren't supposed to tell anyone. I was just speculating, Blue. I'm sorry. I was just speculating. Weirdest shit you found in your state. That's kind of a tough question, honestly.
I don't know. One's pretty weird.
I don't know. I'd have to really think about that one, honestly. They should unvault the dinos. I agree. Warframe Animalocaris. Yeah, what are they really thinking? Animalocaris themed Warframe. And I'm just Nitro is just like the one who's killing things while I'm trying to play the game mode.
Medic!
Fuck you mean medic? I don't think I can heal your necromech.
You can't? I thought you had like arcanes that could heal shit.
That only works for Warframes. I think Vazarin's dash might work on mechs now. I'm not entirely sure. Built the land bridge to the mammoths higher than for the pyramids to finish what the T-Rex has started. I think you're onto something. Because that would require there to be things. That's true. Iowa contains like 8 people. Saying I live in Iowa actually is basically a dox, because you could go fucking door to door. No, Seal Necromex? Okay, I remember they buffed certain focus schools to work on them, like Xenarek, but I couldn't remember if Vazarin was. Is slopping, it's because the Romans canceled her? Real? So mech terminal in the room if Nitro needs another mech, unless it was already used. I think he did use this one. Oh no, my mech.
I always know is that I've used one of them.
Say, my mech is way over there, so it probably wasn't the specific one.
Did it recharge? The light's not, it's not glowing bright.
I think we're in a different room, but the same kind of room, I think. Because my mech is all the way down there.
Unless the mech's just on cooldown, maybe.
Be a decent helmet for Mesa. Personally, on Mesa, I've been using Nourish, so I can use Viral, Blast, and Toxin. I don't think Ophenemize would be bad, though. I personally would probably use Pillage, but that's just a me thing.
Only problem with that is you have to be Pillaging, which, Exploiter.
The thing with Ophenemize that would make it good is once you cast it, all you have to do is look at things. You don't have to worry about, like, getting out of regulators to recast. The Sabertooth invented cat cancellation.
Okay, do you have any energy pieces for me?
I can only give you one every, like, minute, I think, but yeah, I could. I'm trying to at least get this to start cooking, though.
Oh, yeah.
Chat, we are making drugs. We have been doing this for almost an hour and a half, just drug concocting. Yum. We need to cook. Jesse, we need to cook. Oh, precision intensify, nice.
Hey.
I don't need this because I have one, but nice. Okay, do you still need that energy?
I think I'm good now.
Say, if you're in a mech, I don't think they work on those, but...
Oh yeah, no, I'm not in the mecha.
Never forgive you all for normalizing femboys instead of tomboys. I'm sorry, that's just the modern era. Tomboys were the early 2000s thing. Now it's femboys. We've upgraded.
Well, we became gender affirming,
I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah, it's not the right words,
Downgraded? I mean, that's all a matter of your sexuality.
Side graded, honestly.
Side graded, real. All right, guys. You know what, chat? I am gonna start a poll. What are we thinking on this topic? I'm gonna start a poll. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Okay, which one are you going to? We're going to do Femboy Hooters and Goth IHOP. All right, chat. We're gonna settle this in my community. Femboy Hooters or Goth IHOP? There is a correct answer. Femboy Hooters, Goth IHOP.
There's a lot of mutually exclusive answers, but
Goth IHOP is very much pulling ahead. That's pretty impressive.
yeah, because the goths could be also femboys, you know.
Just
so.
joined the stream. We're already getting a poll. I'm sorry that you just joined the stream, but this is the poll you're getting. But yes, we are getting a poll. Employing more. No, in this example, Goth IHOP will be just to women. Just to balance it out, Goth IHOP will be just to women for our purposes. Transgender Pizza Hut. I fucking love that meme.
Transgender Taco Bell, I guess, would be more fitting, but yeah.
It's a fucking thing. It's a fucking transgender Pizza Hut. Just women. How do I change my vote?
That's why she wanted Little Caesars.
Oh god, transgender Little Caesars. Well, it would appear based on the votes that Goth IHOP has won quite considerably. That's very impressive.
Yeah, you did change the meaning for Goth IHOP halfway through, so.
The non-binary combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell? Deadass. Oh boy, time to walk up 200 meters.
Oh Christ, I just stopped that cold run's balls for 2.1 million. What the fuck?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Bayrot. That concerns me.
What'd he say?
I can't repeat it without getting demonetized.
Ah.
Could you please revive me?
I did not know that was you.
Thank you. Julius Caesar reference, Arrow Ace, Long John Silver's, Lolly Waffle House. Okay, I am vetoing Lolly Waffle House. Lolly Waffle House does not get to exist.
Waffle House? No, fuck that.
Lolly Waffle House does not get to exist. That one is off the board. I'm sorry.
All the fucking restaurants have lollies and fucking Waffle House is not the answer.
Waffle House where people get into fucking brawls, dude. Waffle House is like, that's where you fight. That's like fucking, like, Dwarf Waffle House? Dwarf Waffle, like Russian bodybuilder Waffle House? I could get behind that.
I don't know, fucking Women Waffle House?
Women Waffle House? Holy shit. Revolutionary concept. We employ women. Dudes in the 20s be like, holy shit. I think, I don't know when we should leave, honestly. We're just kind of vibing. 75 steel essence. Fuda Taco Bell? God damn it! Why did I read that? Sentient Genitalia KFC. What the fuck? Also, good night, Phoenix. Thanks for stopping by. I saw a brawl start over weed. That doesn't surprise me. Dude, Waffle House is where people go to get fucking... They go there to get into fights. I swear to God.
Or, you know, for God to judge about the hurricane dock.
That's true. There's also the Waffle House Index. But Waffle House is where fucking boys become men because they get into fistfights with dudes over menial shit. That's the societal value. The AI chat summary is insane. That's the funny thing. I can't see the AI chat summary. I don't know what it's telling you guys we're talking about right now. If someone wants to DM me a screenshot on Discord or just like copy paste it into chat, feel free. I am curious. Good morning, welcome, D. We were talking about how people go to Waffle House to get into fights. Tentacle Cracker Barrel? I'm vetoing that one too, sorry. Look, all I'm saying is we are going to create... Dude, now it's not even gender items. Now we're just doing fucking fetishes. Like, what the fuck is next?
Calico Barrel? I don't know.
I'm getting concerned. It's like, yeah, Goth IHOP is pretty cool. Femboy Hooters are pretty cool. You know what I... Evelyn's hitting with the fucking inflation McDonald's. No, no. That was not even the joke I was gonna fucking make.
That's another IHOP.
Feet Subway? Okay, feet is already a big part of Subway marketing. You may be onto something with Feet Subway. I'll give you that. Debating on what theme IHOP restaurants should have going forward, including transgender, goth, and combinations with other fast food restaurants. Peak. Peak. Dude, fuck yeah. That's all I gotta say about that. Fuck yeah. Peak chat summary. Burger King foot fungus. The cold amp force we are starving for. It's a long summer this year. I wish I could use a cold amphor in real life.
Unironically, fuck yeah. I'd love
5
to
guys,
get one of those
1
things.
cup? Fucking Christ, dude. I think we could leave it like 12, maybe. That'd be the last C rotation. And this is how you get the Tennokai mods. We actually got one of them. Feet Subway isn't allowed because Spyro Subway. I feel like that's not a broad enough fetish. You know what I'm saying? For our, why am I talking about this? I'm about to on-site half of chat for all this disrespect of fast food. You know, I think that's not a disagreeable take. Donor shots, we get food poisoning and throw up together. Yeah, that's the most romantic experience, is like co-op food poisoning. You guys know that old quote where it's like you don't really know a person unless you've like had to care for them when you're sick and seen them suffer through loss, some bullshit like that. You can expedite that process if you kill one of their loved ones and then take them to fucking Arby's. Like, dude, honestly, if you go to Arby's, you honestly just get the grief part out of the way too, because they had to eat at Arby's. You can speed run like bonding with another human by eating at Arby's with them. You'll both get food poisoning and experience all 5 stages of grief because you went to fucking Arby's. Go to Jollies and get beaten to death by Filipinos. Hell yeah. BPC Arby's. God damn it. The current summary. Yeah, I read that from Evelyn too. She sent it to me. That is peak. The summary is peak. Big black chicken. Hell yeah. CBT Chick-fil-A. I feel like Chick-fil-A would just be like heterosexual Chick-fil-A. That's their fetish. Women. Just normal women. Trad wife Chick-fil-A. Vor Jack in the Box? What? Cuck in the Box? I think that works better. Bondage Olive Garden. I like how there's no rhyme or reason to this, right? There's no alliteration. There's no anything that makes this actually make sense. It's just random fetish next to restaurant. If a spare Sybaris Prime stock rock, I actually might. I can look. Drag Queen Burger King. F-Slur Chick-fil-A. That would kind of go hard, actually. Colonist 5-star fisting Quiznos. Drag Queen Dairy Queen. Goddamn. Chat is... We need to turn off chat for 50 minutes to get back to normal. Maybe we do. This has really gone off the rails. Oh, that's a mech. Oh dear, that's a mech.
I got his arm. He's going.
Just ban us all. Where is Torment? Torment's kind of funny because she can't melee. So if you get close enough to Torment, she actually can't attack you.
Correct, she's dead. So am I, though.
I gotcha. I'm actually dying of laughter. I'm starting to lose my voice from it, I'm not gonna lie. Crucify me for chat sins.
Oh yeah, crucifixion Chick-fil-A.
Pee-pee poo-poos Popeyes. Fucking goddamn it. Fuda Arby's, they've got the meat. See, that one has an actual joke. That one works. Fuda Taco Bell fucks because it's just so fucking stupid. Like, there's no joke there. It's just dumb, but that's what makes it funny.
Yes, the Affinity game, now of all time.
It spawned a Jade Light Eximus. Peak. Oh no, I can't target him because he's in a nullifier bubble.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, no, no.
This will be the last one.
My microwave beam is not stopping.
It's fine, we're safe. Viewers are coming up with hilarious fast food chain puns. They are suggesting fast food chains with alternate names like Feet Subway and Pegging Golden Corral. Who the fuck said Pegging Golden Corral? I did not see that one. Who the fuck said Pegging Golden Corral? Here, I'll run this one just for you, Bayrot. Just for you.
Oh,
Who
I really.
Okay, guys, I think, unironically, the AI might have come up with Pig and Golden Corral by itself. I didn't see that one. I want this one to be the last one, because it's our last C rotation.
Shit, I didn't know Relic.
Oh, sorry.
Relic, I'll get the regular rewards then, it's fine.
I think, no, that came up. Okay, good. I was going to say, please don't tell me that the AI actually came up with Pig and Golden Corral by itself. I was going to weep. Also, just poor Blueprint scared European noises. Honestly, going to Golden Corral basically is like getting pegged.
What?
Golden Corral just fucks you up. That shit rearranges your insides, but in the bad way, dude.
I mean, the one here is actually good.
Every Golden Corral I've ever been to fucking sucks. There was one time that it was decent. Last super chat, but hypothetically, if half of the enemies in the level were Eximus, would secondary Deadhead or Fortifier be better? Also, it was me. Thank you for the 10 AK Dreamer. I would, in this particular tile set, Fortifier. Especially because there aren't that many heads. And in Alchemy, you have a lot of, like, mission-specific Eximus. So in this particular environment, I'd say Fortifier. Mommy Melting Pot? Oh my god. That's just FNAF, I guess. All I'm saying is cucky cheese. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I'm just perpetuating it now.
Just saying.
I'm just perpetuating it now. Missionary McDonald's. What is the official sex position of every restaurant? Cookie cheese insane. I'm sorry. I already apologized, bro. I already apologized. I'm sorry. Wait, really? Walmart? Moments like this is why Cool Good Streams are objectively the worst. We've lost like 10 or 15 viewers since this started.
Walmart.
Pizza slut? That goes hard.
Jesus, oh geez.
They are making fast food woke? True. Considering that Blueprint's Italian, I'm pretty sure that means he's scared of gay people. Blueprint saw a pride flag and had to go straight home to listen to Little Dark Age radio edit. Sex McDonald's? That one is so fucking stupid that it just wraps around into being funny. Subway membership card is called the Sub Card. They're making Big Macs gay. Do not sex McDonald's. 1984. I may be I'm gonna homophobic nor transphobic. I have to ask Blueprint. Like, I know you personally aren't, but is that like a thing in Italy? I'm just curious. Like, it's pretty obvious to me that Blueprint himself is not, you know, bigoted in that of that strife. But I'm curious about Italy at large. I must sleep. Good night, chat. Thanks for stopping by, HF0. Have you seen Ronald? I mean, I've seen the cartoon about him.
There's a what?
Have you not seen the animated series?
There's a fucking what? No.
There is a Ronald McDonald cartoon. I watched it as a kid because my grandma had it on VHS. This is real.
When was this aired?
In the 2000s.
What the fuck?
Most people are not aware of LGBTQ. That's honestly interesting. The idea of just like, ask an Italian person, what's your opinion on LGBTQ? And it's like, is that like a sandwich?
Oh, it's like the BLT. Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Of course, it's fucking VHS. Italy's government
VHS
is.
is nice. We still have some. I look. We have VHS tapes in the boxes up there still. So it's just like.
Hell yeah! Oh, I've been silenced. The no fun ability has been activated. I must flee. I think of Blueprint's comic whenever this happens of Banshee silencing violence. It's like, yeah, get reverse shut up, bitch. Okay, that one drop was how much Steel Essence? I want to say like 6 or 7. 6. Yeah, nice. Silenced like the gays, real and true.
Wait.
Said I really like Alchemy Fishers, especially because they're Omnia. This is just like fun. Alchemy's a fun mode.
Yeah. I just wish that I wish that it wasn't against the Cobra and I could use my head. Because honestly.
Yeah, this is not a very headshot friendly place.
So I have to use different weapons and shit, which I mean, like, on one hand, you know, fair, but on the other hand, I'm AK is not doing good, and I thought this was going to be the weapon I was going to be using the most, and now end up just fleshing on the later, which is just like, you know,
Yeah. PC is largely an American thing. If you mean like political correct culture, I'm not going to talk about that because this is a Warframe stream, but I'm well aware of that fact. I don't feel like the existence of people that are gay, for example, is necessarily a matter of political correctness, but that's just my opinion. Like I've said, we got a silver for a thing that I actually wanted a bronze from. Anyways, if you've been seeing the Olympics, have you seen the UK as of late? No.
It's bad.
There's a lot of homophobia on Italian TV. Based, but sorry, I can't say that.
Oh, hey,
My
it's right
sister's
here.
been gone forever. Huh?
The next section was just like right here.
I actually heard one of the, yeah, I hear Avoca
Pie
in
bush.
the pie bush.
Yep, there's this one here. Hello. There's another one.
Ignoring the fast food fetish tangent. Look, I am allowed to pull out that excuse whenever I goddamn want. I think that the fast food fetish segment was more relevant to Warframe than the politics. I'm just saying. Except for the anatomizer and the culverin. That depends. Like, the culverin's arms don't. I don't think that the hands have one. It's kind of like 50-50 in my experience.
I'm taking the fucking double D battery here.
Yeah, I've said this before, right? This isn't a politics stream. However, the politics you will get from me is that I think that people that are LGBT or races that are not white are exist. Nitro, shut up. Exist and deserve equal treatment. I do not think it's a particularly hot political take. I will say, I do find it sad that in modern culture, what about Irish people? Good point. I exempt them. The double hands do? Yeah, for some reason the pants, you can shoot in the dick.
Bait.
Hi, Lloyd.
So many responsibilities to juggle.
Let's make fun of people's fashion. I gotta find a particularly bad one. There are, like, most of these are, like, okay. They're, like, passable.
Hey,
Not
yo.
this one. I'm sorry, this one's not passable. Where can you shoot him in the dick? In between the, like, if you have the merman that's, like, the two legs, if you shoot them in between the two legs, you will deal or count as a headshot.
Yeah.
I just hear Irish people followed by a very loud no. Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to think. I could just end the stream here. We've been like about 3.5 hours. Could go for a little bit longer. I guess I'm not sure what chat's opinion on the matter is.
What, Irish people?
No, not Irish people. We know what Irish people are like. We don't consider them people. Irish people is an oxymoron.
Hell yeah.
I'll at least go back to my morbider, if you will. Can you beat Warframe with testicular torsion? Isn't like you use it against the enemies, or is in I have testicular torsion and I try to beat the game with it? What's the bar there? What's the condition? If it's like an ability that causes testicular torsion, isn't Nitro Scottish you're supposed to like each other? If you think that anyone in the United Kingdom actually likes any of the other constituents of the United Kingdom, you're just fucking wrong.
Wait, did you just call the Irish part of the UK?
Northern Ireland is. That entire region, I mean broadly. Like, Wales, Ireland, Scotland, and the English, none of them actually like each other.
Look, I mean, to be fair, some have, like, basically half the Scottish like the Irish, you know? Because technically we're all Gaelic. We're both Gaelic, but, they abandoned us, you know? And since we got cucked the fucking, you know, independence by King Henry, so, you know, fuck him.
I will blue.
We had to fight 3 fucking independence
Gaelic.
wars alone because y'all fucking cucked it each and every fucking time, and you get to be free.
I mean, free is a strong word for the Irish people. They're still
Yeah.
Irish. That's a burden in and of
At
itself.
least they get their fucking flag in video games and shit.
You know, for the last half hour, we'll just have Yeah, I'll go for a little bit longer. If anyone has any questions or anything like that, feel free to ask them. Fine, I'll show the Sparkle Dog. Just hates England. A lot of it is just hatred for England specifically. Let me get Varuna. We'll show the Sparkle Dog.
Hell
That's
yeah.
not the Sparkle Dog. Here's the Sparkle Dog. I forgot I have Agendus equipped because I just happened to have that on when I was doing the thumbnail stuff. Can you pet Grendel? I don't think so. 5 red shards is wild. These are all just ability strength. I just had them, and I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna use these. I do have 1 orange for energy on spawn, but that's it. And then for Mesa, the reason I don't have any orange shards on Mesa is because I don't want to sacrifice 5 fucking Tau Forged yellows. Like, that just bites. I use shards on pretty much everyone because I play pretty much everyone. I also don't want to have, because my regulators don't use heat damage. I don't want to go out of my way to fit heat damage on my regulators. That just sounds annoying. Or I would have to sacrifice one of my would to be like a heat primer, and that also sounds annoying. Arcane Collection with Lloyd. Most profitable, probably the Duviri ones, or the Eidolon ones. Both of them are quite profitable. The issue with Eidolon is anything that's like below a rare, other than like a few exceptions like Velocity, aren't worth much. The Duviri ones do have several valuable ones, but they also have plenty of shit ones as well. Like Duviri, you have Blight is good. All of the legendaries except for Shiver sell relatively well. Outburst is really, really good for trying to sell. Like, there's a few in there. What do you think the gayest Warframe is?
Well, there's obviously one answer which, you know, might not surprise you, but
I don't think you're allowed to say that one.
Aside from him, let's see. We talking like gay feminine or gay masculine?
What does that mean? I'm just gonna delete the Saren Prime that I got from TennoCon real quick.
Gayest Warframe.
I don't have any reason to keep this.
Gayest
Saren Prime, 0 Forma, rank 0. Goodbye. Volter Oberon. Oberon is based off of King Oberon from A Midsummer Night's Dream, and King Oberon has a wife. Corvex is the gayest Warframe. Oberon's wife is Titania in the story, which is why people kept posting dumb fuck lore videos, but like, Titania is Oberon's canonical wife. Like, no the fuck she isn't. It's a Warframe. The second dream had already come out by this point. We knew the Warframes were piloted by children. I don't know what people were trying to say there. Oh, this reminds me, guys, I have something very big to show you all. I've just been reminded.
Oh?
We have to go to a relay.
For some reason, Necros is 17% off today.
Necros?
Yes, just base Necros is 17% off on a platinum if you just want to buy him today, apparently.
Peak. Okay. So something I complained about with Jade Shadows a lot was that I felt like it didn't explain a lot of important information. That's because it's not in the quest. It's right here. For some reason, there is a very important lore fragment called Jade's Promise in Teshin's room. I have no clue why this is here. This threw me for such a loop when I was told about it. I think Sci-Fi told me about it. And I'm like, why the fuck is this here? It's also behind him, so I never noticed it. Because I just walk right, up to him. And this contains a lot of really important information. I don't want to read it out loud because that would just take a while. It was added after Belly of the Beast. That's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
He's the Santa of Warframe. I guess you could put it that way. Is arguably more important. I don't think so, but it is still important. This entire thing, it establishes a lot of important information. Namely, when the Stalker and Jade actually found each other. We all know Jade was a huge fan of the Conclave before she died. True, that's why she's here.
Yo, let's go.
I don't know of any other Jade lore fragments around, but... Also, where is the Garuda Prex card in this room? I don't think I ever picked it up. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I'm guessing it's probably around one of these, but who knows? Santa skin when? That's a good question. It's also here just in case you don't hate Ballast enough. Pretty much. It's back near the Jade thing. It's in a different... Is it relay specific? Because I'm at Cronia right now. The Neptune one? There is no Neptune relay.
Not anymore.
I'm assuming you mean the Pluto one. Oh, wait, yeah, there it is. I see it. Hold on. How do I reach that, though? How do I... Wait, how do I get that? There's an invisible wall here. Okay, there I go. Garuda. She's very lithe in this Prex card. Did we lose a relay? Okay, Warframe history time, everyone.
Let's go.
Warframe history time. So, way back when I started playing the game, there was an event called Eyes of Blight. Eyes of Blight introduced the Fomorians, and the Fomorians had one goal: destroy the relays. Several relays did get destroyed during this event. Vesper got destroyed, Strata got destroyed, and there was an event to rebuild it called the Pyrus Project. Europa's Leonov relay got destroyed.
I missed that place.
Eris had a relay that got destroyed. Kuiper relay. I don't think Neptune ever had one. Yeah, I think those were the main ones. It was Venus, Earth, Europa, and Eris all had ones that got destroyed. Here's something interesting, though. This was a platform-specific thing. So certain platforms actually had different relays for a very long time. The thing is, they actually, when they released cross-save, they had to unify all of the relays. So they used PC's relays, and they did like a little joke in-game event about Barrow Kitir using Eternalism to synchronize all of the different versions of himself so we could have the biggest stock of wares possible. Yeah, PC didn't have Strata, we lost it, and so we had to rebuild Strata with Pyrus Project. And at some point, Lorunda also got the Hydroid overhaul. Speaking of, I really wish that Cronia or Orcus would get an overhaul so that these could be more unique, but that's just a me thing. Barrow doing the Wally deal. Yeah, PS had the Eris relay and then crossplay hit. People didn't know they were being serious. There is a cutscene you can watch of where they just like announces like, "Hey guys, I'm killing you. Fire at will." The relays all look different. Mercury and Earth look different. Saturn and Pluto look the same, which is a bit of a bummer, but
yeah,
it is what it is. They also have statues. Do I have them here? Yeah, there's my Pyrus Project Ember, and then over here is my like Hydroid statue from that relay thing. It was the one unique to Switch. I would say I don't remember if any of them saved or what saved what, because obviously I only ever played on PC. These are the relays I've always been used to. I would love events to build other relays, but I think DE has been trying to avoid that so that the social spaces don't get spread too thin. Let me actually look. In the current state of the game, yeah, Vesper, Leonov, and Kuiper are destroyed. It doesn't say what platforms different ones were actually available on, though. The wiki page doesn't want to make this easy for me, so I'm not going to bother looking. Got a rare kit with a 4-mana booster. Pog. Show Garuda? I almost typed Shoe Garuda. I'd say my Garuda. I thought you've seen it before. This is my Garuda. I do quite like Successor. Peak skin. I wish I could use its claws, but that's a separate argument. Got Beirut. If you're going to nut, I'm switching off of Garuda.
No.
Calm down. Calm down. I don't know. Was the guy who brought up Warframe still here, actually? Which one is it? Is it this one? I think it might be... Oh no, it's this one. Yeah, this is the normal Titania I use. This is moth frame. May I show my Garuda? I don't. I have. I feel like if I start rating, like, here's my concern, Blue. It's not like I don't want to see it. I'm concerned if I start rating fashions, that's going to be the stream for the next hour. Yeah, this is basically the moth skin. I adore both of, like, Titania, both of her deluxes are awesome. This is what I've been currently using, but I like to switch between them. And Empress is a gorgeous skin. When does the next Ripper drown? I've just been putting it off because it's going to be a huge pain in the ass. Just turn D&D off quickly. Okay, Blueprint, get ready, get ready. It's off, Blue. Send the fashion quickly, quickly, quickly. I'll be ready to turn it right back the fuck on, right when your message hits. Wait, I'm an idiot. Hold on.
Oh.
I'm a dumbass.
Oh.
There. I just open a line of communication by DMing you. If I'm in D&D, but I have a DM open, it doesn't block it. I'm just stupid. Okay, so we have the Doom Garuda. I've never been a huge fan of the Doom-y skins for my own personal fashions, but I think it's a cool skin overall. I feel like this is probably a reference to something I'm just not getting, though. I love looking at my chat and just seeing the fuck do you have against women, and then just a reply, I'm gay. So real, honestly.
Honestly, hell yeah.
I can see some people getting the reference. I hate to say I don't. Want to get my attention for whatever reason, stream. Oh, Liam. You know what, Liam? I'll be charitable to you. Before you go to sleep, Liam, I'll be charitable to you. You didn't even ask, but I'll do it. I'll show your child. It's Oryx from D1. Interesting. I honestly wouldn't have guessed that. I'll show your child. All right, there you go, Liam. I had to pay the devil his due. Wood? Fuck you mean wood. Show my profile. I think Garuda is equipped. I have you on my friends list, right? I should be able to find you there. Are you online at the moment? No, but you should be in here. Is this your wife? Is this you and your wife? You gift me well today, brother. I feel like the handle of the Chakur looks like a fucking candy cane. Dude, I'm on vacation. Tough shit, unreal. What's your opinion on the holy red text? I've always liked red text. We don't see it that often these days because hot fixes aren't as common with crossplay, but... I have like 4 Warhammer fashions. I don't have that many fashions that I references. I kind of have this own like internal system of trying to make things look a certain way. Like, I think Mesa's a good example of the kind of vibe I try to shoot for with my fashions, but I don't have like many things that I reference, which is that I just trying to hit like a certain vibe, I guess. How far are we to hitting the friends limit? I think we're about 1/3 of the way there. Yeah, we're actually over 1/3 of the way there because the limit's 1,000.
Nice.
I don't expect to actually hit it, but... Remember, everyone, be sure to add me as a friend so that we can hit the friends limit of 1,000 and I can purge you all. That's the ultimate goal. It's my only reference fashion. I used to have an Ezio Ash, but... You unlock friends list. Real. Got any spare Grendel parts? Like Grendel Prime? I don't actually know. Actually, that's what I should have done in the relay. I should have turned a bunch of this stuff into fucking... Should have melted it. So I need to check something real quick. Open this.
Permission to board granted.
Why is this signed into my other account? This. So I'm just checking a thing that's YouTube related. I need to really knuckle down and work on the next video, but it's gonna be such a big project. It's very daunting. The next video will probably be a multi-hour thing, which I know I've promised multiple times before, but the next video I want to be the modding guide, because I feel like the thing that I want to do is structure it for different people that are at different points in the game. So like basically the idea is beginner to master, and it'll be broken up into sections depending on where you are in the game. So the idea, let me look at my current outline. I'll just run this by everyone. So let me look. Do I have any Grendel parts? I do not. Well, I typed Greb, so that doesn't really help. But also, yeah, by sell price. This is a kind of rare, I guess. Actually, wasn't Necros unvaulted semi-recently? I don't remember. Sure, 510. We'll take that. But so the sections I have beginner, which is going to basically be the introduction to modding, like what are mods, how do they work, what's leveling them up like, and stuff like that, as well as what I'm kind of dubbing, because like melees and guns will kind of split up, but what I'm dubbing kind of the holy trinity of every build that you'll have for a gun, which is base damage, multi-shot, and elementals. That's kind of the foundation that people need to learn early on. For melees, I would argue that multi-shot can be swapped out for attack speed. Oftentimes attack speed's a very good stat to have, but and yeah, how to get certain mods. My plan is if I have a critical mod I'm going to talk about, I will bring up its acquisition method. So that's the first section. I also want to explain like faction-specific bonuses against like certain enemies and with certain elements, because I am going to talk about elemental damage, obviously. And then the part that I'm scared of is that I don't want to just tell people this is what you should do. I want to tell them why they should do that. But if I'm going to tell new players this, I have to explain to them why you want to combine these things, and that means I have to bring up relative change, and that is kind of a dense topic. If I can explain it easily enough, then I think it'll be okay. A lot of people told me on my stream I explained the concept of relative change in a simple enough fashion that they actually understood it. So I feel like I could bring this up here, and if I explain it simply enough, it should be okay, but we'll have to see. Oh, I forgot to add something to this section. I don't know if this should be in this section or the next one. Okay. This is just a rough outline. The next section, because the idea that I have is, that, like, so the initial one is just the basics. Intermediate, the next section, is you are now getting weapons that have good stats in specific areas. So this will be status weapons and crit weapons, as well as hybrid weapons. Just like, how do you mod for those? I also want to talk about faction damage mods, just to kind of help explain the difference between, you know, multiplicative and additive damage. And then for the melee side, I want to explain stances, how the combo counter works, and how heavy attack builds work based on, you know, discussing the combo counter. I also am going to bring up corrupted mods, just because I think that they're relevant for certain build types. I might put them in a different section, but the advanced section is mostly a bunch of mods that you can use to augment what you already have at your disposal. So primed mods, the acolyte mods from Deimos, set mods and set bonuses, nightmare mods, amalgam mods, and utility mods, so like things that go in the Exilus slot, things that a lot of people take for comfort but aren't necessarily like required for everything, like punch through, range, stuff like that. The next section is expert, which will assume that you've unlocked Steel Path. So that will be galvanized mods, weapon arcanes, incarnate adapters, and then an advanced concept called H-set. I don't know if anyone knows what H-set is, but it's an advanced concept for how elements combine when they're added from external sources. And then the last section that I have the least stuff on is Master. This is going to be big picture stuff. So the idea behind Master is it's going to be advanced mechanics that are more based on your loadout, not individual weapons. So things like heat inherit, primers, stuff like that, where it's kind of like we're going to take your modding beyond the singular weapon and kind of expand the concepts to the entirety of your loadout. That section has the least stuff in it right now because it will admittedly be a huge pain in the ass to create. But that's what is sort of the current outline. So plenty still needs to be added to it. I plan on having as I plan on having as many people in the community that I know look at it as possible. So my hope is like I'll send it to like Nova Umbral and I don't know, like probably Sab and people like them, and just say like, hey, do you think this script is good? Is there anything major I'm missing? Because I want to make sure that if I release, because like here's the thing, I do not think in the current state of the Warframe landscape, I do not think there is a good video that explains how to mod with this kind of context intact, right? Because oftentimes I guess it's a twofold issue. A lot of modding videos assume you have every mod, and not all players do.
Yeah.
There are different points that people can be at in the game, and if you just started and got a thing, and someone's telling you to throw on a primed mod, you're not going to know what that is, and even if you do, you're not going to be able to get it that early. And then, I guess beyond that, there's also the issue, and the main thing I want to address, is that people very often will tell you what mods to put on your weapon, but they won't tell you why those mods are good, and I very much want to, This video is in full Turkish. Yeah, that's kind of an issue for the English-speaking audience.
Yeah.
Hyper-specific and others are overly flexible. Yeah, I want to cover like broad topics kind of in that regard. Like primers and heat inherit are applicable to a lot of different types of loadouts, and I want to kind of hit more stuff like that on the head. You know, those kinds of concepts, but that kind of depends. I want to also mention this will be how to mod weapons. Warframes will not be in this video. That would make it 3 times longer. I don't honestly know if I'm going to do like how to mod Warframes, because that video would be a huge bitch. And the reason for that is pretty simple. After I explain all of the necessary stuff, the only way I could really do that, I feel like, would be to then go through every single individual Warframe and explain what stats they want and why, and that would take fucking forever.
Oh yeah.
If you do, please put Prime Surefooted on Atlas. Yes, huge Riz increase. I can link it in a group of people who play Warframe like once a week. Steel works better with Pressure Point in some cases. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, I don't know if this is what you're referring to, but there is a specific... Actually, I should add that to the Master section now that you bring it up. Or maybe Expert. I forgot, though. Multiplicative CO. That is a thing that I need to bring up. Multiplicative CO. Maybe I'll throw that in Expert. I think maybe, like, at that point, I think Expert can handle it, especially because you're getting it for... Actually, we'll leave it in Master for now. We'll shuffle it around. So, he put Prime Surefooted on Lavos. I think it's funny, because he can't bear the idea of being knocked down by anything. Right, Chlorophyll Heavy Attack, yeah. There is actually a spreadsheet that's contributed to. For those who don't know, Condition Overload is normally additive with base damage mods, but for some reason, on some weapons, mostly ones that shoot energy projectiles, it often can become multiplicative instead. So like Stephalos behaves this way, Chlorophyll behaves this way. There's a lot of stuff that you can find for, like, in the spreadsheet that doesn't do that, which is interesting. What makes additive CO better than additive damage mod? The main reason that Condition Overload is considered better than like a Serration is because Serration, for example, is at 165%. If you have 2 status effects on your enemy and you're using galvanized aptitude, that matches Serration, and then any more status effects beyond that is better than Serration. So if you're inflicting 3 or more status effects, you'll be able to, you know, outpace the damage of Serration, essentially. Just being focused on various maxing and why you do certain corrupted mods. I'll have to figure it. Also, cannonade mods, that's a good point, Blue. I don't know where I should put that, though. Part of me wants to say expert, because you'd have to be late enough in the game for that, but I also feel like it could honestly go in advanced. Advanced is going to probably be the bulkiest section, because the idea is like, okay, beginner is like the holy trinity of, you know, multi-shot, damage, and elementals, okay? Intermediate is like status weapons, crit weapons, heavy attack builds, and then we get into advanced, and it's like everything else that's pre-Steel Path, which is a pretty broad subject. And then expert, which is the Steel Path point, is going to be mostly galvanized mods and weapon arcanes. It's really goofy. Yeah, that's also part of it too, is that because condition overload can scale up so much more at like its peak, where do you draw the line for new war? I think that's also a good point, actually, is that there should be like a pre and post new war break in there as well. I'll have to figure that out. That's a good point. Also, thanks for stopping by, because how long have I been live? I should probably end this here soon. I just hit
Probably.
4 hours. Okay. I gotta reorganize this real fast. Oh, okay. When is New War? It's right before the end of your star chart journey. There are 2 tile sets that are post New War, so it has to be before the Steel Path section, but Natarut carries when you're just starting Steel Path. They do honestly give you a very good weapon. Duplicate actually works, like it doesn't work for forced crits. I actually haven't done a ton of experimenting with it. I should bring stuff like that up in that section, though. I'll have to do some reading on a lot of the arcanes. But that is, in fact, future me's problem, not current me's problem. I plan on trying to work on, like, getting the script started tomorrow, but I expect this video to be really, really large. And that concerns me, because I don't know if I'll get it done this month, and that's if I'm putting a lot of effort behind it. I also hate to say this, but after the Overguard and the new player video, I am genuinely just constantly in fear that anything I make is going to have a bunch of people who don't know what they're talking about attacking me over it again. Like, probably should be divided between pre and post New War. My thing with a lot of the arcanes, right, is arcane adapters are technically obtainable from a Acrithis, but the main way you're going to be getting them is post New War and on the Steel Path. Arcane adapters come from the Sanctum, for amps, which won't be discussed, the Zeraman, and then you can get them from a Acrithis, but you'll normally be getting them from the Steel Path store. That's why I put them there. I am going to bring up arcanes and say that I'm talking about them later, because I feel like most players will probably not be using them, because they won't get that many that early on and won't have easy ways to put them on things. That's just kind of my rationale, at least. Speaking of, you know what, here, as we end this stream, I'll stop by a Acrithis' store. We'll pop by the Morba Zone. It's going to slow down heavily. They just keep hurting the game no one talks about, X or Y issue. Here's the challenge of that. Like, people have told me, like, well, you just shouldn't pay attention to the comments. And I don't want to, but YouTube makes that literally impossible. I will receive push notifications from YouTube Studio about them. Every time I opened this account, I just dreaded it. Like, I hate that I felt like I shut down discussion on that video, but at the same time, I have been so much happier about my YouTube channel not having to worry about it. It was an absolute shit show.
Yeah, honestly.
About like 40 of each adapter. Fair enough. Did we have a lurker mode? Yeah, we did. That was the what's your favorite game segment. What does Acrithis have?
Where you've been lately.
Undercroft Outskirts. I don't actually have this one. Cool. She has a formal blueprint, a catalyst blueprint, a companion weapon ribbon, based, and a shotgun ribbon. Oh, she has a longbow sharp shot right now, too. Sweet.
For how many fucking things is the companion ribbon?
20.
I'll not pick
Did
it
you
up.
ever notice how that thing?
Glad to see about the market thing. I don't know if I influenced that or not, but I am very glad the market prompt was added, so that it straight up tells new players you can buy things for credits.
Yeah, because like I never fucking knew that.
When you bring in galvanized bots because you need star chart done for SP and arbitrations. That's my current plan, is that most of what you unlock to actually let you, like, permit you to use them is post-New War, so I want to make it a post-New War section. I also realize I keep forgetting to go to Teshin and buy up a bunch of fucking Kuva. I'm sitting on so much Steel Essence, I feel like I might as well. I will always simp for Chronia. Real ones go to Chronia Relay. Fuck the other two. Well, 3, whatever.
Mode, yeah.
You're an Orcus Relay fanboy, you slut. Don't give me that shit.
Yeah.
Going to be a hilarious endpoint for the pre-Steel Path part. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I have 670. Okay, I can spend about half my Kuva on a bunch of, or half my Steel Essence on a bunch of Kuva, Pog. I can buy how many counter... Oh, I can't buy multiple counterbalances at once. Rip. Why do I have 2 of these?
War.
Because it's always empty. That's why I go to Chronia. Auric and T set. I can buy 19 Auric and T sets. Think of the Belly of the Beast rewards. The Belly of the Beast rewards were very good, except I think that the legendaries were too expensive. Can you buy me a relic pack? How many of these could I buy? 19. Only a half, around an hour before the second dream. I actually think that was a good decision. Like, moving Duviri again, I think is kind of funny, but I also think it was a good idea. And the reason for that is simple. Duviri was just too early. It spoiled transference too early, and it was also too different from the rest of the game. My thing now, though, is if Duviri's quest has been moved to between Saturn and Uranus, I believe it is, all of the tutorial stuff in the Duviri quest is now completely redundant. And I hope that one day they just remove it. Because it is a massive waste of time. Not enough players fight it during those occasional weekend alerts. I don't think they'll ever actually do that. Has to save up those with Sevagoth Prime on the way. I mean, yeah, that is a very viable strategy. Talk about the meta status combinations. When I do the status weapon videos, I'm going to talk about a few specific ones. I want to talk about like what each status effect does. In a way, the status tier list will kind of be reborn in that video, but like as a cut down version. But combinations I want to talk about are like, you know, viral heat and viral slash is like the big ones, or like corrosive heat for armored enemies. Magnetic is really, you know, good for shielded enemies, like magnetic toxin for Corpus, like all that kind of stuff. I will be honest though, viral heat slash viral slash is still just like, if you want to not use your brain, just put that on things, and it works.
Most of the time.
Seemingly no reason at first, it only makes sense later on. I think that the thing is, the more the reveal that the Warframes are like piloted by people and not like an alien race or something, because a lot of new players do seem to think that. I watched it firsthand, my friends still can't mod. Like, yeah, the Duviri tutorial section is boring, and it only really makes sense if you were starting the game there. Awakening's tutorial, I think, does it much more elegantly, and doesn't drag. Duviri's tutorial drags. Also, yeah, the fact that there's still no modding tutorial in this game is really rough. All I'm saying, chat, is I should work at Digital Extremes. That's actually probably a terrible idea, but at the same time, could you guys imagine? That would be so fucking funny.
Honestly, yeah.
It's like, what's your first order of business now that you work as someone at Digital Extremes? I'm buffing Atlas. My first order of business would be to find out how to fix the fucking ledge grab bug. Then I would quit. Yeah. After it was fixed, I'd quit.
Typical.
Also, yeah, that is a thing now. Is in Undercropped Alchemy, he'll talk about how you can try and combine elements like you do in alchemy. You're not Canadian, you're gonna get hung by Trudeau. So here's the thing, Blue. In English, when you talk about hanging, the past tense of hanging is hanged. The reason I bring this up is because if you're hung, that means you have a large dick. This is actually true. I'm not making this up. If I'm gonna get hung by Trudeau, it's gonna be like the gas station dick pills from 7-Eleven. Fucking IntelliFuck. I'll have to find that image. Fuck it, that makes it funnier. True, I can't deny that. It's always back to fucking dicks. Caught lacking by unexpected standard verbs. Deadass. Hey, Carol. See ya, Bayra. I think I'm gonna go ahead and cut the stream here. We'll do 5 more minutes. Why is it so... Oh, I was like, why is it so red in here? The Mars in my skybox.
Yeah.
Why is it Mars? I went to Chronia Relay. Final lurker moment. You can always use Lynch instead of... I think there's kind of a connotation to Lynch that's not quite what I'm going for. Appreciate the suggestion, but I don't think I will.
I mean, we could lynch Trudeau. That would be a good outcome for all of, you know.
I mean, after his what we'll call racial insensitivity incident.
I mean, sure, you can do because of that instead of everything else, but you know.
I just mean in terms of using the term.
Oh yeah, fair enough. It's please.
All right, well, we'll do a few more minutes. I don't know if I have any other bullshit I'm supposed to show on my stream. I think most people in chat are also just kind of at this point, like, they're just listening. Like, if you're listening to me in the background while you're doing something else, I know you're here. I know you can hear me. Fuck you. No, I don't care.
In Odysseus' experience, animals do not eat so much as reload.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, see? There you are. There all you fuckers are. It's a hate crime because I hate you. Based. Peak second monitor content. You ever play Elden Ring? People have been trying to make me. I will eventually, but it's funny to keep them not winning. I love you two random talkie man on the internet. Nuh-uh. This is the certified lurker moment accidentally. I just have to call them out for not watching the stream, even though I genuinely don't give a shit. Like, I have had times where I listen to my own videos in the background sometimes to, like, quality check them. Like, if I've watched the video itself enough, but, like, listening for audio and things, I won't even watch the video portion. I will just listen to that shit. Like, I get it. I'm the kind of person who will just throw up some second monitor slop content when I'm doing stuff in video games and just not pay attention to it. Like, it's there, but I don't actually care about what they're talking about. For 3 hours. Dark Souls and just FromSoft fans in general, after losing you to a boss for 3 hours, be like, it's fun, though. Lives in my head like Cortana. Okay, Blueprint, you're the one that canonically put gay porn in my Neuralink. Fanged Wisp drew the art. We have the proof. Did I? Oh yeah, I did get friend requests. I forgot.
God,
hello, Dick and Nuts lover.
That last fucking time.
Hell yeah. Where do you find the Prodman poster? I must have hacked myself then. So the John Prodman poster.
The Prodman poster finds you.
If you stay in the index for 1 hour on any difficulty, John Prodman appears as a special boss, and once you kill him, he drops the Prodman poster. There's also the Frame Fighter poster for unlocking every character, Wormius's poster for beating one loop of Wormius, and the one I still don't have, Happy Zephyr, for getting a score of 50. That's the last one I need to finish this collection, but I really don't want to do it. Because I fucking hate Happy Zephyr. It sucks.
I should play some Wormius while I'm waiting.
Wormius is in fact peak.
Peak or bad?
It's peak as in it's good. Happy Zephyr
weird.
stream? I don't want to. I actually hate Happy Zephyr. You guys have no idea how miserable it makes me. I don't wanna. Like, I need to get the poster eventually, because Spike got the poster, and Spike challenged. It's, you know what's funny? I told Spike, like, Spike, I'll get the Flappy Zephyr poster if you get the Wormiest poster. And I just gotta say this, Spike fucking sucks at Wormiest. It's pretty challenging. I'm not trying to fault him for that, but he gave up pretty quickly, and I don't blame
room
him.
2, which, like, I could get to at least room 4 or 5.
Wormiest is not necessarily easy, but I thought it was funny because he was like, fine, if this is what it takes, and then like, no. The Flappy Bird at home. He was trying, come on. I mean, I won't deny that. Spike was putting in his best effort. Like I said, Wormiest is hard. I just thought it was funny because like, it's so easy, cool kid. You should just get that Flappy Zephyr poster. Like, all right, fine then, Spike. Just get the Wormiest poster. We'll see how fucking easy it is. The result, it was not easy. Speaking of Happy Zephyr, before I go, I want to talk about this. You guys know Nightwave Series 2? Nightwave Series 2 was the one with Arlo and all of them. This one, right here, the Emissary. So, when the Emissary happened, it was honestly, in my opinion, probably the best Nightwave series we ever had. But the Emissary had an interesting thing where when the Emissary first released, there were these guys called Arlo devotees. If you got downed, there was a chance they would spawn and revive you. Arlo devotees were kind of interesting as a mechanic, and very rare as far as I'm aware. But someone discovered if you died in Happy Zephyr, Arlo devotees could spawn in Happy Zephyr and revive you, which completely broke the game mode. You weren't able to do anything after being revived. That, for me, has got to be one of my favorite Warframe bugs of all time. It was so fucking funny.
Hell yeah.
I'd recreate a 2010 moment. iPhone sales go up. For real. I want a new story Nightwave. I really want one too, but the Glassmaker was ages ago. I don't think we're ever going to get another one. I will say, though, I am happy with parting with glass residents in your area. Especially because Nora has fucking dementia, and after the conclusion of the story, she's still like, who did this? And it's like, Nora. We figured it out. Unannounced fall update confirmed for Nightwave series. Yeah, the unannounced Nightwave series. At this point, it's basically just a loop of intermissions playing with some new rewards and some old ones. It's not like it's an imperfect or like a bad system. It's not perfect, but it's not like terrible. But I do miss the story-driven ones. They were cool. So they should do the Narmer story. A Narmer-themed Nightwave would be cool, but I'll be honest. I think Narmer is a big enough part of the story that it should be finished in something permanent. Like, old Nightwave, all you can really do is go watch. It was a very much you had to be there to experience it kind of thing.
Kind of like Destiny, I guess, you know?
And I think that Narmer story is important enough that it shouldn't be confined to a Nightwave. It should finish in a quest that you can play, regardless of when you join. A Narmer-themed Nightwave would still be cool, but I don't think that's how, I don't think that's how it should end, at least. Okay, I have been rambling for long enough. I think it will be my time to depart. So, also spoilers would be an issue. That's true. Nightwave is also accessible to anyone at any point in the game. But thank you all for showing up. Discord is in the description. VOD playlist is in the description. I don't know. That's pretty much it. Thank you all for coming. I'm sorry I don't make any sense when I speak. New video sometime this year, hopefully. And I'm gonna go. See ya.